Hey there everyone, Zare here,
And Lit.
and welcome back to Digimon Survive. We're not doing a good job of it so far. But we'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
What's the worst that could happen?
This game here. Have you seen the rating?
Me? Oh, let me pull that up.
Let's find out. Yeah. What is the rating of this game?
T for teen, fantasy violence, mild blood, language, crude humor, violence... Oh, sorry, I'm getting to the French. Violence fictive, légères représentations de sang, langueurs, and humour grossier.
There you go. Yep. That's
Can you tell we're Canadian? Alright, what have we got here? If you can tell we're Canadian, can you tell how bad my French was? You're the big guy, and so far, bosses have not gone and approached. Though from vague experience, from the minimal experience I've had with Fire Emblem, that's kind of how they start strategy bosses, and then eventually the bosses actually start doing stuff.
Hey,
Maybe we got that. What's up?
how does this game have a warning for cancer and reproductive harm?
Where you're in the...
Right there.
Probably if you're swallowing the cartridge.
Okay, I was about to go like, wait, what? What?
Like that's a separate warning from the USRB.
Warning! This game might cause cancer.
Hey, to be fair,
Reproductive
everything causes cancer.
Everything does.
You've got a big fire attack. I can't remember what the resistances mean. If negative is good or bad. I guess if they're resistances, that means he's got a weakness to wind and light. And resistance to water. Oh, so I was curious and I did look this up, and from what we can tell, yes, this was a very, very early on translation error.
Oh.
Japanese name for this guy is Cyclomon, which is short for Cyclops monster. But when the English team was translating it over, somehow they got it into their heads that it was Cyclone monster. So this big one-eyed giant is now known for cyclones, apparently, like having nothing to do with wind. Not being light or fast.
Oh.
We should be pretty good. I don't want to get in your range. I think you're a 2-walker, and then you've got melee attack. Yes. Okay. Gonna attack me there, so I'll move here. Oh,
Okay.
you are going to be a problem. I can't just wait you out. But I'm not seeing a hostage I need to protect here, so I don't have to rush anyway. Like we took care of Yo properly. St. Knuckles. The Holy Brass. This is a little early for a cutscene, ain't it?
Come on, Saki. We should have two.
Oh, okay, that's what's happening. You gotta teach us that Flormon evolves.
Yeah, right, Floramon.
Somehow this doesn't have the same gravitas as the previous three.
No, not really. And
Puny little. What? You.
me?
You are holding back. You only pretend to fight hard.
What? No.
I agree. You haven't been pretending very hard. Ah, that's getting a little harder. You do not care about this one, so you pretend. Get lost. You are a nuisance.
What the heck is it supposed to know? No, Saki, keep it together! I do really not want to say real? Like, pulling the others back? I don't know. I just don't know. Saki, don't let him get to you. Let that asshole gaslight you about how you feel. I don't care. I know better than anyone how much you care.
I do not gaslight. Gas is inefficient as a fuel. You really not want to save one of your friends? I don't know. I just don't know anymore. She doesn't have friends. Did it because it was the good thing to do. I didn't want the others to hate me. But did I really care about Ryo's feelings? No. What was I supposed to do? Hey, is this really the time for this? Can you do the good thing and then introspection later? Saki, it's okay! What? Don't worry, you have an amazing heart! Just do what it tells you! That's all you need to do! Heart tells me? Ask yourself, Saki. What is it telling you to stop right now? Or telling me. Sounds have to thump me.
Yeah, what is thumping?
Why won't it shut up? I can't get a word in edgewise.
It's not telling me to stop. That's definitely true. One of my friends is suffering right in front of me. And I am not about to just sit here and watch. Loramon, lend me your strength. That's the way, Suki. That sounds okay.
I'm glad she's having a good time.
Yeah. Okay. Loramon Digivolve 2! Gonna become one of two things. What we get? We get! This guy? Really? Oh my god! Oh my god! And if anybody has played 01, you know why this is funny! Digimon! Jeez! Oh shit! The strength of your convictions has made me evolve to Digimon!
Aren't you a virus type?
Yes! And I like to throw shit at things! And now my strength matches what's in your heart. Pure spite!
Oh, it just threw some shit.
Alright, here we go! I hope you're ready for this, Psychomon! Oh my god, Digimon! Oh my gosh! It's like they took the meme of girls talking shit and ran with it. Oh! Oh man. Basically, Vegemon, when I look at Vegemon, I think of like that fermented pickled cabbage with all the weird veins on the bottom, hence why it really reminds me of that, and it smells so bad. I mean, it's so healthy for you, but oh, does it smell? Ugh. Here's our My Immortal fan fiction love child over there. Let's
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Let's get a bead on what these two threats can do. He's ducking. Moves 3 can only attack adjacent. Only attacks. Oh, there's another one. Moves 2 can attack 2 in line. And you can attack 3 in line. Which means Gatorimon is... Gatorimon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Diatrimon. In the line of fire. Pokemon, you come up. Fine and over. Fine. Fortunately, you are all forward-facing. Not great for me. Up in defense. And that feels like I'm putting you to... What do I do with you? On how far do you move? Not gonna do. A little more conservative. First, what are you about? Hoop toss!
Now throw shit.
Oh, problem solved.
Right?
Cut it out! This is bad! Cyclone Man's super strong! We can't let that stop us! We've got to save you! Come on, Agumon! Keep it up!
You look so tired.
Right? Take this! Whoa! Cyclone Mon's attack shook the whole bridge! Be careful.
Wait, what?
No! Haru! No way! They fell off the bridge?
I think she did better than.
早く助けに行かないと。さっさとこの戦いを終わらせるんだ。
We've got to go save them! Time to wrap this up now! Right!
Oh, there. Okay, now we're back.
You still have HP?
Somehow. The story demands it. I don't know. Maybe we actually have to get rid of them all.
Find out.
ここは俺が行く。
Okay, so... Yeah, you've got 1 HP.
で俺。てい。やっぱ俺の勝ちだ。
Okay, well, we wrapped it up. I'm not sure we could have done a quicker job.
Ooh, here we go. He's alive.
あれ。俺は。
Good on him for that, but I'm noticing it's very foggy down here. Huh? What happened?
そうだ。一つ目の化け物に落とされて。俺。死んで。
Right. That monster dropped me and I died.
あ。いや。生きてる。なんで。すげえ高さだったのに。
Wait. No. I'm alive? But how? I was up so high.
Yeah, at least he knows. At least he recognizes that's weird. Oh shit!
お前かよ。脅かすんじゃねえよ、クソガキ。
Oh, it's just you. Ah, don't scare me like that, you miserable little brat.
それが命を救った相手に対する態度。
That's the thanks I get for saving you?
Oh really?
あ、お前がバカ言ってんじゃねえよ。
You saved me? Don't be ridiculous.
まあ別にいいけどね。お前なんてどうでもいいし。
Yeah, see what I mean? Haru's sus. Haru is serious sus. Maybe not evil sus, but I'm not buying it sus. I don't buy that that's what you look like sus.
Well, whatever. Not that I care about you anyway, Baka.
あ、ガキに見下される覚えはね。
What was that? I don't have to take that from some little brat. Please stop poking the bear. Get out of the fog.
てんだよ。
What the hell is wrong with you? Look at me like that!
だから言ってるでしょ。
Like I said,
お前なんて
I don't care about you.
どうでもいいんだ。
Not at all.
Ugh.
化け物。
You're a monster!
助け、ママ。
Help me! Mommy!
動かない方がいいよ。死ななかったとはいえ、あちこち怪我してるんだから。
You probably shouldn't try to move. You may not have died. You were injured.
助けて、ママ。
Mommy! Save me!
そうだ、スマホでママに電話を。
Boy, that's right! I've got my phone! I can call Mommy!
なんで電話できねえんだよ。
Why isn't it working?
なんでママに連絡できねえんだよ。
Why? I can't call my mommy!
どうして現実世界に帰りたいの？
Why do you want to return to the real world?
ここには俺の居場所なんてねえ。ここは俺の世界じゃねえんだ。
I don't belong here. This isn't my world.
たくまたちは俺が気に入らねえんだ。何かっていうと俺を邪魔者扱いして。
I have treated you with nothing but kindness. Takuma and the others all hate me. I know because they all treat me like dead weight.
あいつ化け物従えて
What?
俺を排除しようとしてんだよ。
They're trying to use those monsters of theirs to get rid of me.
ふーん。お前にはそう見えてるんだ。
Oh? Is that how it looks to you?
I don't know, at least it's putting it out.
だから俺は帰りてんだ。元の世界にうちに帰りてんだよ。
That's why I want to go back! Back to my world! Back to my home!
大丈夫だ。今にママから連絡が来て俺を助けてくれるんだ。
It's okay. Any minute now, Mommy will call me and then I'll be saved.
ねえ、いつまで妄想の中で生きるの？
Just how long are you going to keep deluding yourself?
母親から連絡なんて来ないことは自分が一番わかっているはずだよ。
You should know better than anyone that your mother is never going to call you.
Ooh. That's harsh.
そうだ。そうだった。
Yes. That's right.
ママはずっと病気で俺もっとママに会いたかったのに医者が会っちゃダメって。
Mommy was always sick. I wanted to spend more time with her, but the doctor said no.
いっぱい我慢して俺が寂しがるとリョウは強い子だから大丈夫って。
Tried so hard. Whenever I was lonely, she'd tell me to be strong, but
それがママの最後の言葉で。
those were her last words.
ああ、そうか。ママは 死んでたんだった。そりゃ連絡なんか来ねえよな。
Yes, that's right. Mommy's dead. Of course she's not going to call. Of course not.
そうか、そうだよ。
Yes. Now I get it. Now it all makes sense.
ここは死後の世界なんだから、死んだママは近くにいるはずだ。
Died. And this is the afterlife.
God.
Which means Mommy must be somewhere close by.
Wow. This is really going there.
ねえママ、いるんだろ。早く会いに来てよ、ママ。
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
That's it, isn't it? You're here, aren't you, Mommy? Oh, please, come get me.
Suddenly, like, sounds really babyish, too.
もうダメだな。完全に壊れちゃってる。
This kid is done for. He's completely snapped. Help us, Kunemon! I don't want this to end.
Digimon! Bite his foot or something, I don't know!
でもちょっと遅かったね。
Oh, there you are. I'm afraid you're too late.
霧の中に何かが。
No, no. Come on. Guys might still catch up with us!
Wait, I think I see something. Something in the fog.
ママ、
Oh, there she is.
やっぱり来てくれたんだ。ママ。
Yes, it's Mommy! I knew she'd come for me! Mommy, I'm here!
見てごらんよ。君の大事な量はもう何も見えてないんだ。
You can see for yourself. Your precious Ryo has lost all touch with reality.
Fight him.
そっちに行けばいいんだね。待ってて、すぐ行くから。
You want me to come to you? Okay, wait for me, Mommy! I'll be right there!
No! Don't
This
do
is
it!
going to be chapter 4.
Don't do it!
りょう、ハル。
Okay, we caught up. Woo!
二人とも無事よ。
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Here, I found them. They're both okay.
よかったよ。
Oh, what a relief!
あらあら、もうさっき言ったら涙で顔がぐしょぐしょよ。
Ducky, your face is a mess from all those tears.
でも見つかって本当によかったわ。
We're so glad we found them, though.
ならば早くここから離れよう。霧が出始めているぞ。
Yes, and now we must make haste. The fog is starting to spread.
なあ、気のせいか？寮のやつ、霧に向かってね。
Hey, call me crazy, but is Jiro running into the fog?
え？
What?
ママ、ママ。
Ow. Well, hey! For a second, you notice his crazy hee-hees actually sound a little bit like Kunimon? The QQQ?
Hmm. Mommy! Mommy!
ねえ、あれやばくない？
That's an understatement, sorry. Ryo doesn't sound like he's doing too well.
笑ってんのか。
Yeah, I thought I heard him laughing.
みんなまずいよ。霧がもうこ くなりすぎてる。
Oh no, guys! This is not looking good! The fog is getting real dense!
確かにやばいな。りょう、ハル、そこ危ない。早くこっちに来るんだ。
You're right. This is bad. Yo, Haru! You're both in danger! Get over here, quick!
ねえ、あれ何？
What's that?
Looking to where
Oh,
Aoi...
that's fucked up. No! I watch way too much anime to know that that's bad!
I don't think you need to watch anime to know that a giant black hole with hands grasping out of it is bad. Looking to where Aoi is pointing, I see a black... shadow?
気のせいか。影から触手のようなものが伸びて。
Am I seeing things? It looked like some sort of tentacle came out of that shadow.
Ugh.
待って待って。寮の方に行ってない？
No way! It's heading straight for real!
おいおいおい、やばいやばいやばい。これマジでやばいやつじゃねえの？
Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man! That thing looks like real bad news!
Oh man! Oh man! Oh, you gonna try and help him?
タクマ、行っちゃダメだ。
What?
Takuma, stop!
アグモン、どうにかならないのかよ。
Hagumon, isn't there anything we can do?
どうにもならないよ。あれはそういうものなんだ。
What?
No, not a thing. That's just how it works.
But...
そんな。
But... No!
おい、りょう、何やってんだ。早く逃げろ。
No! What's wrong with you? Get out of there!
Now you need to run!
りょうくん、どうして逃げないの？
No, I won't. Don't you run!
りょう、何か言ってる。
I think he's saying something.
ママ、やっと会えたよ。
I finally get to see you again, Mommy.
これからはずっと一緒。もう離れないでね。
And now, we'll always be together. Please don't leave me again.
Oh, oh.
は？
What?
Oh! Oh! Damn! What do you mean it took him? It tore him apart! That's a little different, dude!
Oh, it took him. Huh? What?
嘘。何これ？
No way! Can't believe this!
No. No. Oh, there's Kunemon. I can see him there next to Haru. Somehow, in a way that I don't fully understand, I can tell that Kunemon is sad.
Oh dear.
クネモンまだ。
Kunemon too?
消えていく。
He's disappearing. It can't be. Kunemon's disappearing.
待て待てよ、りょうがまだそこにいるんじゃないのか。
Wait, hold on.
Shit.
Yo has to still be there, right?
ダメ。みゆき。
Miyuki? Why is she shaking her head like that? Is she telling me I should give up?
たくまさん、
Takuma.
ハル、
Haru.
りょうさんはね、自分で自分を見放しちゃったんだよ。
What happened to Ryo was he gave up on himself.
だから世界に食べられちゃったんだ。
So this world consumed him. And after the fog lifted and the shadow vanished, still no sign of Joe. I'm not really sure what Haru meant by what he told me. You know one thing for certain. Joe dead.
Oh. Damn.
Now I'm bummed. After all that, Shuji eventually got us to calm down, return to the school.
Shuji did that? That's amazing.
Leave it to Shuji to step up in a situation like that and get us all back safely. Kaito was next to recover. He was all ready to go to the amusement park and find Miu. The rest of us managed to convince him to come back to the school instead. Shuji made the case that we could search more effectively after we'd regrouped.
Oh, yeah.
And after seeing what happened to Ryo, even Kaito must have realized the need for caution. Everyone else was pretty upset and shaken from having witnessed Ryo's death. Dark by the time we got back, and we were exhausted. Bothered with dinner. The others mostly seemed to collapse into sleep. Found that impossible. Mind kept coming back to the same thought. Surely there must have been something more I could have done. Maybe if we'd all worked together. Or if I'd been more determined, or...
Like, I don't know, man. You did your best, okay? Was there something else we're missing? It's a little mean if the game is calling you out for not doing good enough. Like, maybe cooperation? I don't know.
I mean, in the Undertale sense, we could definitely use the ability to de-terminate someone. And I'm actually leaning to that because, like, we could definitely have done more with Ryo. We went out of our way to talk with him, but even then, we seemed to kind of just leave him be.
But even then, like, it could also been, like, in our... No.
Like, if we had been able to sit down with him and have a proper talk, like, the main thing is getting him to ground himself in the current reality.
But wouldn't that have, like... Would that mean that we would have to ignore other people and just focus on him, maybe? First? And then we could, like, focus on other people?
I mean, we're not going to know this playthrough.
Or is it talking about, like, what were our answers like? Does affinity specifically mean... Does that save you? Or maybe it's not about affinity. Maybe it's, like, how were your conversations?
We don't know exactly how all this comes together. We assume that being friends with people would give them better survival odds. Maybe that's off base. Maybe we didn't do enough. As far as virus vaccine data alignment, all we know for sure is it influences how Digivolution happens with our partners. we don't know if that's going to have any impact on the story.
Oh,
Because a lot of the times it seems like we're looping back to the same regardless of what answer we choose.
guess we're gonna find out if we go forward.
I hadn't let Agumon stop me. Moved with more determination. Could I have saved him?
Yeah, what would have happened if we just like walked up to him and yanked him away?
We get yanked too.
Maybe not. I don't know. Like, I mean, if we got to him before he let that thing get close enough. 'Cause he was just
Or if we
standing.
got to him during that fight.
Yeah.
No. It wouldn't have mattered. What could I have done against something even Agumon and the others find terrifying? It's starting to get cold. Stay like this, I'll probably end up sick. And if I can't sleep, maybe I should just lay down for a while.
Huh.
Also, for all we know, it could be a guaranteed flag that Ryo dies and you do a second loop at least. To save him.
Ah, it could be like, yeah, one of those auto fails, and like maybe you learn more through a second playthrough. There's something you're gonna learn along the way that might be the cinch pin to, right, the linchpin to actually change his fate or something.
No matter what you do, the ninth man and Snake are gonna die. Agumon?
たくま、大丈夫？ぼーっとしてるよ。
Takuma, are you alright? You seem kind of out of it.
A man just died, Agumon!
Yeah. He's kind of dumb.
ずっと考えてたんだ。亮のこと。
I've been thinking about Ryo.
うん。
Okay.
助けられたはずなんだ。今日だけじゃなく、もっと前に。
Must have been something we could have done to save him. Maybe if we'd started earlier.
クレモンに心を開かなかったのも、毒グモンの脅威に震えてた時も。
I knew. When he couldn't open up to Kunemon, and he got so scared of Dokugumon,
教室にいた時、話し合いの時、探索の時。
he acted in that classroom, on the trail, or even just talking with him.
ついてた。
It was clear.
亮がヤバい状態だって分かってた。それなのに、僕は亮を助けなかった。
I knew he was struggling. But I didn't help him.
僕は亮を見殺しにしたんだ。
I just let him suffer.
たくまはどうしたかった？
What do you think might have changed things, Takuma?
Okay, I don't like the top one because that's putting a lot of onus on him, which,
Yeah.
as we can see, is not the answer here.
But also, I don't think, like, this is like blaming anybody for, like, this, like, somebody else's death. There's only so much that you can do. I don't think that's a healthy mindset either, you know? Like, there's only so much you can do
I mean-
for someone else. I mean, I get it. I'm not expecting a video game to understand the nuances of the implications of this, but...
And this is the answer I'm going for because
Yeah.
the other two are putting a lot on him. Like, as annoying as some people might have found Ryo, I don't actually know what people's thoughts are on this other than a lot of people being upset about Kunemon's death. He was acting entirely reasonable given what we knew about him. And just based on the actions that we saw before us, we tried, but it wasn't enough. So if we had managed to...
I think it's a two-way street. I mean,
And-
and I think maybe we works. You may not be specifically talking just us, the group, him as well, talking to us. Because like you said, you can reach out to someone so much, but they have to open up to you in return. You can't force somebody to change their mind.
Yeah.
Can't.
And there's two things I want to note with this answer I'm giving. One, I'm more concerned about the quality of conversation than the quantity of conversations. And two, I'm not putting this on the system saying, oh yes, we should have spent more action blocks with Yo. I just think that there was better conversations to have been had.
Yeah.
ヨウともっと話したかったよ。
Wish I'd talk with him more.
弱音でも口でも何でもよかったんだ。
Hey, Takuma's on board.
話していれば
Been able to talk things out? Even if he just wanted to whine or complain.
何かが違っていたはずなんだよ。
I'm sure things would have ended differently.
そもそも何が正解なのかだって僕は分かってないんだ。
But it's not like I've got all the answers.
僕のしてきたことは正しかったのかどうすればよかったのか
Who knows if what I did was right? What I should have done differently?
僕には何も分からない。
Not me.
たくまの苦しい気持ちわかるよ。
Takuma, I can tell that you're hurting.
苦しい。
You're right, Hagumon. Hurts so much.
だってリョウが仲間が死ぬような目にあってもこの状況を解決する道が見えないんだ。
And what's worse is that even after losing Nyo, there's no clear way out of this.
アルケニモンはまだ僕らを狙ってる。ミュウがいる遊園地にだって敵はいるかもしれない。
Kenimon is still after us. Maybe that amusement park is crawling with enemies.
ここが違う世界なら元の世界に帰るための手段なんてあるのか。
Plus, if we have been transported to some other world, is there even a way back?
わからない。わからないよ。
Don't know. I just don't know.
一体何をどうすればいいんだよ。
What are we even supposed to do?
たくま。ね、たくま。僕は難しいことはわからないけど、とっても大事なことを知ってるよ。
Takuma, listen. I may not know much. You know one very important thing.
それはね、たくまなら頑張れば何でもできるってこと。
Wow, those words ring so hollow.
And it's that if you try, Takuma, you can do anything.
みんなと力を合わせてでも、無理やりに進んでも、最後にはどうにかしちゃうんだ。
Whether you team up with the others or just blindly press on, in the end, you'll succeed.
なんだよそれ。僕、そんなんじゃないよ。
Where's this coming from? I'm not that special.
そんなことないよ。僕は信じてる。
But you are, Takuma. I know it.
たくま、僕は君を信じているよ。
And I believe in you.
僕も。ありがとう。なんだかすっきりしたよ。おかげで眠れそうだ。
Thanks. That It actually makes me feel better. Now I'll be able to get some sleep.
そうならよかった
Really? And I'm glad.
おやすみアグモ。
Good night, Agumon.
おやすみたくま
Good night, Takuma.
The doomsday bells aren't helping.
Takuma, when I said you could do everything, I didn't mean human transmutation.
Huh.
人間の子供は発見したのですが、部下どもがその不甲斐なくて。
I did find the human children, but you see, my servants all proved so incompetent.
That sounds like a boss issue.
Hmm.
取り逃がしてきたわけか。
Yeah, you got really right through that bullshit.
You allowed them to escape.
どうやらお前には我らが主に仕える自覚が足りないようだな。
Professor?
Clearly you lack sufficient devotion to our master.
いいえ、私はそんな。そう、必ず。次こそは必ず。
Oh, it wasn't my fault. I would never. Next time I'll get them for sure.
必ず人間の子供たちを我らが主の前に生贄として捧げますよ。
I'll capture all those human children and offer them up to our master without fail.
Bold of you to assume you're getting another chance.
I know, right? Waiting for the force crush to happen.
You have failed me for the last time. Do not fail me again. Because that will be the last time.
祭壇が開いたようだな。お前が生贄を捧げたのではなかったのか。
Yet the altar was prepared. Did you not perform a sacrifice?
目当ての子供を取り逃がした挙句、生贄を捧げることにも失敗していたとはな。
Have you not only let the children escape, but also failed to provide an offering?
あれはその私ではなく何者かに先を越されたのよ。
He seems in the dark about that one.
Well, actually, that wasn't me. Someone must have beat me to the punch.
その何者かの手によって捧げられたかどうか確認も取れていないのだな。
Yet you did not confirm who this was, or if indeed they made the sacrifice.
でも子供はまだ何人もいるわ。だから次こそはねえ。
I did not, but several children still remain. Next time they won't be so lucky.
お前一人で手に負えないというなら、メガシードラモンをつけてやってもいいんだぞ。
If you're not up to this task on your own, I could always have Megasedramon help you.
主への忠誠を示す機会とあらば、あいつもさぞ張り切って成果を上げるだろうからな。
No doubt he would be similarly motivated to prove his devotion to our master.
その前に俺が出る。
First, let me try.
必要ないわよ。
Oh, I assure you I'm quite up to the task.
門左衛門の手もメガシードラゴンの手もいらないわ。
I won't be needing any help from Monzaemon or Megasedramon.
今こそ私が子供たちを捕まえてみせるもの。
Those children will not escape me a second time. You'll see.
どけどけどけ。
Okay, okay, okay.
Bah! Out of my way!
あら、ガサツなやつは。
Ugh, dear me, how crass. Well, look who
I
it
knew a villain.
is.
バルルモンがここに何の用なのかしら。
Oh, Garurumon. What brings an outsider like you to speak with us?
Oh, so he's not with them.
Oh.
聞いたぞ。人間の子供から力を得た連中が敵として立ちふさがってるそうだな。
I heard those traitors who got strong by teaming up with the humans have turned on us.
だったらなんだっていうの？
On what of it?
この機会を待っていた。そんな連中、俺の力でねじ伏せてやるぜ。
Ha ha ha! Just what I've been waiting for. I'm gonna crush them all!
力だけでどうにかなるとは思わないことね。おバカさん。
As if brute force will help you accomplish anything. You're such an idiot.
お前、また卑怯な手を使ってるのか？自分の力で戦おうともしないのか？
What? Are you still up to your old tricks? Refusing to fight your own battles? Ha!
また単細胞なことね。それが愚かだというのよ。
Spoken like a true simpleton. Only a fool would insist on fighting their own battle.
どいつもこいつも胸くそ悪い連中だぜ。
You make me sick. Every last one of you.
やめぬかお前たち。
Enough of this!
喧嘩売ってきたのはこいつだぜ。
Hey, she started it!
ああいい。お前らが強調する必要はない。好きに動けばよい。
This gets us nowhere, and I see no need for cooperation. Do as you wish.
言われなくても好きにさせてもらう。じゃあな。
Heh! As if I'd do anything else. So long!
ああ、言うだけ言って言っちゃった。
Oh, what a surprise. He shows up, picks a fight, and leaves.
いいのかしら？あいつ信用できるの？
I don't understand. They're so quiet, I can't tell when the damn line ends. Okay. You sure we can trust him?
腕だけは確かだ。それに人間の子供に恨みを抱いているのは間違いないからな。
His skills are undeniable, and he holds a grudge against human children. That's clear.
それより
More importantly,
いいか、アルケニモン。これ以上の失敗を主様が許すと思うなよ。
heed my words, Arukenimon. Our master will not tolerate any more failure.
わかってるわよ。私を誰だと思ってるの？
Well aware of that. You take me for?
ならよいがな。次はないぞ。
So long as you know, there will be no more second chances.
ここにいるモンザエモンやメガシードラモンだけではない。
Remember, it's not just Monzaimon and Megasidramon here.
お前の代わりはいくらでもいること。忘れるな。
There are countless others who would take your place. Oh,
手を貸してほしければ言え。
If you need help, just ask. Oof.
いまいましい。
Ugh, so infuriating.
この私があんなガキどものせいで。
Those little brats do this to me.
Resolution is not up for this close up.
いいわ。今に見てなさい。
Alright then. They can just wait and see.
did anyone else have a weird dream about this evil cabal?
戻れ、りょう。
How do I drink?
Stop! No! Not that way! No! Come back!
りょう。りょう。
No! No! Yeah!
夢
It was a dream. Woke up from a nightmare this morning, drenched in sweat, my hands still shaking, knees weak. There was vomit on my hoodie.
Ugh.
Not surprising. A lot on my mind last night, and sleep did not come easy. Not after watching Ryo die right in front of us yesterday. Beyond the terror of watching someone die for the first time, seeing that strange tentacle reach out and grab him was just awful. Just thinking back on it now sends a shiver down my spine. I shouldn't let myself dwell on it. Not after how Agumon cheered me up last night.
そういえばアグモンそれにみんなは
Wait, where is Agumon? And everyone else for that matter.
I was your pillow the entire time.
Nobody else is here. Last one up? All the more reason to get moving. We need to figure out what comes next. It's not too late, so maybe the others are still in the cafeteria. Better go see.
Ohayo, Kaito. Drakumon.
Oh, good morning, Kaito. Drachmon.
やっと来てきやがったか。
Finally up, are ya? Oh, he seems pretty mad. He been waiting for me to wake up this whole time?
遅くなってごめん。昨日はなかなか寝つけなくて。
Sorry I woke up so late. I had a hard time getting to sleep.
相当疲れてたんだろ。仕方ねえよ。
Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you were exhausted.
ところで、他のみんなは
So, where's everybody else?
知るかよ。誰も来やしね。
How should I know? You're the only one who's shown up.
そうなのかみんなとっくに集まってると思ってたのに。
Wait, really? Thought for sure they'd have all been here by now.
でも、じゃあみんなどこに
Where is everybody?
あっちこっち行ったみてえだぞ。暗い顔してよ。
All over the place, apparently. And looking pretty upset.
目の前でてめえらの仲間が一人霧に食われてやられちまったんだ。
They did see that friend of yours get taken into the fog right in front of them.
おめえと同じでみんな思うところがあるんだろ。
I'm sure that's bothering all of them as much as it is you.
It's a good point. Yo's death didn't just come as a shock to me. It has to be on everyone's mind. We need to process what happened.
みんなのこと少しそっとしておいた方がいいのかな。
We should probably give them some time.
何言ってんだ。今は一刻も早くミユを助けに行かなきゃなんねえんだぞ。
But we don't have time to give. We need to get out there and save Miyu.
それはもちろんそうだけど、正体不明の霧のこともあるし、みんな不安なんだよ。
True, but that strange fog, everyone's nervous.
だからこそ早く助けに行かなきゃやべえんだろ。
All the more reason we should move fast. Miyu's in trouble.
霧のことだけじゃねえ。化け物がミユを狙ってるんだ。
And it's not just the fog. There are monsters after her. That's right. Marukenimon, that spider monster, said something about a sacrifice. is really strong, too. There are lots of other things like her out there.
くそ
You tacked on a lot there, English. Damn it! This is why I wanted to find Miu yesterday.
こんなことなら何としてでも昨日のうちにミュウを見つけておくんだった。
I should never have let you talk me out of it.
いや、そもそも俺がミュウから目を離してさえいなけりゃ。
No, I never should have taken my eyes off her in the first place.
カイト、ちょっと落ち着けよ。
Kaito, calm down.
タクマの言う通りだぜ。
Yes, listen to Takuma.
うるせえ。これが落ち着いていられるか。妹の命がかかってんだ。
Shut up! Don't you tell me to calm down! My sister's life is on the line!
そんなこと言われなくても分かってんだよ。けどな、一人でイライラしても仕方ねえだろ。
Hey, it's not like I forgot, but you getting mad isn't gonna help anything.
もういい。議論してる時間も来ねえ奴らを待ってる時間も無駄だ。
No, you know what's not gonna help? Arguing while we're waiting for help that's not coming!
俺は一人でミュウを探しに行く。
I'm gonna go look for Miu on my own.
待ちなって。
Kaito, wait!
単独行動は危険すぎる。行くなら全員で行くべきだよ。
It's too dangerous for you to go by yourself. We all need to stick together.
同感だ。
I agree.
おめえを危険な目になんて合わせられないからな。
I don't want you putting yourself in danger.
Hey, you listen. Rakmon.
わかったよ。
Alright, fine. It's a relief. Managed to get through him. Managed to get through to him for once. Unlike Ryo.
まずは昼までだ。それ以上は待てね。
But I'm only waiting around until noon. After that, I'm going. What?
昼まで待って誰も来なかったら、その時は誰が何と言おうとミュウを探しに行く。
I'll wait here till noon. Then I'm looking for Miu, no matter what anyone says.
俺一人でな。
I'll go alone if I have to.
たくバカ野郎が。その時は俺も一緒に決まってんだろ。
Man, you can be such an idiot sometimes. You know I'll be with you if it comes to that.
はあ、誰がバカだ誰が。
Hey, who are you calling an idiot?
おめえ以外に誰がいるんだよ。
You, obviously. Who else would I be talking about?
どうせ本当は誰も巻き込みたくないとか余計なこと考えてんだろうけどな。
You've probably got some stupid idea about not putting anyone else in danger, don't you?
一人で突っ走ろうとすんじゃねえ。何のために俺がいると思ってんだ。
Quit trying to do everything by yourself. What do you think I'm here for?
そうかよ。そりゃ
Aw,
Aw,
悪かったな。
call him out.
I feel that way? I'm sorry about that. Dracmon seems genuinely concerned for Kaito. Kaito does actually seem to listen to Dracmon in his own way. Unlike Ryo.
We're just gonna have flashbacks of losing go. We tried so hard, they got so far. Ah.
Might not look like it, but I think those two are actually pretty close.
つうわけでタクマ、みんなを頼むぞ。
So, Takuma, I guess this means you better round everyone up.
昼まではカイトが勝手に出ていかねえように、俺がちゃんと見張ってるから。
I'll need to keep an eye on Kaito to make sure he doesn't take off early.
わかった。みんなを呼んでくる。
Got it. I'll go get the others. Let's see, if I've got until noon... Oh no, that's hardly any time. I need to get everyone here quick. Hurry action.
Yeah.
Alright, let's learn from last time. Wait, didn't we finish part 4? Oh, we're in part 5 now. but we need to get everyone else. Sure, we can start with this group. Oh, also, I wanted to check. Anyone's gone. You're like most others, you're set until ultimate happens. And help me out here, game. And talk to Foreman, that's why.
Well, night just isn't enough to put something like that behind you, is it?
Yeah. I'm still pretty upset about the whole thing, too. We all watched as one of us disappeared. The shock of that moment was unbelievable.
I don't love it how they, like, change it from... It says the same vibes as when you see someone die. They say, they were destroyed! You know, it's like, he didn't disappear. We clearly saw him get pulled into the darkness and ripped apart.
As clear as a visual novel is going to...
Yeah, as will allow you. But I think the blood splatter on the screen was kind of a big hint. It was a pretty twisted guy. He was always really grumpy, insulting, and uncooperative. That doesn't make it okay that he's gone. Besides, I knew what his real problem was. He never knew how to express himself.
Hey, I called it. Or Kunemon's speech impediment comes
Yeah,
up.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The Digimon are like a reflection of them. Not as kind of clear-cut as Persona, but it's that kind of thing, right? They're like their id or ego or whatever it is. I guess that side of them kind of reminded me of myself, but I stuck by him.
Never understood why Saki, so cheerful and outgoing, was always the go. I think I get it now. He must have felt like they were two sides of the same coin. And she's next.
I know. Oh no. No.
Not that I could ever see it.
He was always so lonely, but he acted the way he did. That's right. People can be like that, can't they? You could say it too, Floramon? Nope, not at all. What? But I know that you're really nice, Saki. I know that better than anyone. Is that what you think too, Takuma?
Saki seems nice enough to me, but she can be pretty blunt sometimes. Besides, I feel like I still don't know her all that well.
Ah, shit.
Now, the one thing that keeps me from just going to this is I'm betting she gets that a lot.
Yeah, maybe she would appreciate us being as blunt as her. She's weird like that. Like I'm not sure if you want to say what someone would obviously want to hear, or does she want honesty? Want reassurance? Does she want us to be honest, like blunt with her, or what?
We're gonna try honesty. That's not the option.
That was not what blunt.
I think you're very honest, Saki. There we go.
There we go.
You're always so blunt about what's on your mind.
I feel like that doesn't answer my question. You're right, it doesn't. Sounds like a deflection to me. What? What? What is she? Oh, she was asking is, do you think we're nice too?
Oh. Okay.
Fuck! I got caught up in reading the different answers. Ugh.
Actually, it does kind of sound like that, doesn't it?
Yes, I do. So I guess I do come off like that.
Huh?
Nothing. Never mind. You know, talking with you helped me, helped make me feel a little better. Takuma. On an infinity point. Damn, you really gotta pay attention to the words. Shit. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. There's nothing you could have done. I could tell. I knew there was something wrong with Rio. Why couldn't I help him?
Sounds like Aoi's blaming herself.
Just like you. Yeah, you know how seriously she takes things. That's not doing far. I've been crying all morning.
Have you tried flinging poop at her? Feels guilty about what happened to Ryo. Probably because she's so responsible. Not specifically for Ryo, just in general.
Acts responsible. Yes.
I think Labramon's probably right that there was nothing she could have done. I can also understand how Aoi could feel regret at not being able to do more.
I
don't think the top one. All of these are pretty dismissive.
Yeah, I don't like any of them. I feel like if we keep saying it's not her fault, she's not going to listen to us. But I don't feel like saying, yeah, you suck, this is all your fault, isn't good either. And then...
I mean, is there anything with that situation we could put on her shoulders? She seems so removed from it, from what I can remember.
Maybe we're all responsible. I just feel like giving into her negativity is not going to do it.
Blaming yourself because she knew there was something wrong.
Yeah.
Brett's not doing.
Oh, either what's done is done, maybe better later with someone else, or now that you've learned something from this. I don't know.
We're all responsible. Let's huddle together and bring the group together.
Maybe let's learn from this and not let this happen to someone else.
Yeah, it's like if your contention is not being able to do enough for Ryo, then yeah, any of us could, in theory, have done what you are beating yourself up for not doing.
Yeah.
It wasn't just you, Aoi. We all could have done more to help support Ryo. I mean, didn't do anything either.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, right. After all, even I didn't realize Ryo was that far gone.
So there's no reason for you to take all the blame, Aoi.
There we go. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. Oh, please. Don't stop crying like that. It's just, you're both being so thoughtful. I've only been able to think about myself. Oh, please, Aoi, cheer up.
I think you're onto Labramon. It's always that simple. Just be happy.
I know, like, don't feel
What is
bad.
depression even?
She's a dog, dude. Like, I'm
More.
pretty sure.
She's a talking dog.
She's a talking dog, but I feel like this is exactly what my dog would translate to when he sees me being sad. He's like, no, human, don't, please. I can feel better. Whimpers and paws at you. I used to have a golden retriever, and he acted just like that.
What should I do? I don't know how to comfort her. I can't get everyone to the cafeteria soon. Kaito could go off on his own. Man, I don't know what to do. Wait, did I say that out loud?
I think so. I'm good you are at making people feel better. Wow, Saki.
Hey,
Well,
you're
you
feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
I know. Hey, you are welcome to jump in at any point. Howie, still won't stop crying.
Yeah, sorry. Couldn't think of the right thing to say.
Your affinity went up.
It's one of... Basically, any of these situations is going to branch out momentarily and then merge back together, which, given how long and many of these are, I don't blame them for doing it.
Apparently, there are a lot of endings. We're not thinking... And I'm not talking like 2 or 3. There's like, what, 5, 6, maybe even 10 of them. Some of them are longer, some of them are shorter. Well, I doubt there's anything you could say that could get through to her right now.
What makes you say that?
Because I think Aoi's looking for someone to say the right thing.
What's that supposed to mean? Is this a girl thing, or is Saki speaking from her own experience?
I think it's the latter.
Either way, Saki sure does show a lot of consideration for someone so free-spirited. You really get girls.
Nah. It's either the top one or the left one. She sounds like she's been through something, and that's kind of the reason for her weird disposition. How her view on things does have a very skewed perspective. It's not necessarily a bad one, but it's a different one. And I feel like that just doesn't come from anywhere, you know? In fact, I think we had a comment about this earlier. That Saki's kind of different. Feels like spoken dead mom hairstyle.
It's definitely not the right one. Unless the objective here is to just make things so ridiculous that it elicits a laugh out of Aoi.
Maybe, I don't know. I feel like the right one's the wrong one. The one on the right is the wrong one, but I don't know if it's the top or the left.
And like the left one, sure, that's interesting, but this really doesn't seem like it's the time and place to be digging into that.
Top one?
But that also feels so flat and insincere.
I know! Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's kind of when she wanted to be called nice.
Well, it might not have been that she wanted to be called nice. Maybe she wanted us to not be able to come to an opinion.
I both hate and like them.
It's also priming us not to look for the quote-unquote right thing.
I like and I hate this. Like, I've played other games that have had these stories before, like these options before, and they were very obvious which ones you would pick for certain characters. Not here. Wow, this game is really sneaky.
This, I think, is really good. The only time this becomes a problem is when it's not clear what exactly you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, like if the option you're picking sounds nothing like what your character actually says, that's annoying.
Like if we chose "you really get girls" and then Takuma goes off on this tirade about how she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Like that's not what we signed up for. That's a bad choice. Not that there's anything wrong with her being or not being.
Well, ride or die, man.
I don't feel like this is the place, but everything seems to be priming me away from the top one, and I really don't think it's the right one. But also, we got to make sure that we're answering the correct questions, because if we're just answering what we think is the best answer without respect to the question, then we're just not paying attention, are we?
Yeah. Better. I don't know. Well, I don't know if there's anything I could say for right now. I don't always look for the right thing.
Hold on now, none of these are feeling good.
Ah! I wish considerate could be a little bit more discerning. And when you mean considerate, are we saying, wow, Allie, you really consider feelings of others, like actually you get people, you know?
Okay, so now I'm really feeling like considerate's not the right one. Unless we want to enforce that, which we haven't really given cause to. She's beating herself up about it, so it's really instant.
Right or left. I feel like, wow, you get girls just okay.
It is.
Unless maybe that's not how it comes out.
And it could come out completely differently from what we're expecting it to, or it could be just sort of like making a distraction with, haha, look, I'm a stupid guy.
Yeah.
Don't I say stupid guy things? Which is conforming to her worldview from what we've seen.
It isn't odd, and that's the one. Hate it, but that may be the actual answer.
None of these really feel like they follow.
Yeah, right? Ah! You flip a coin? This is so hard. Oh my god! Ah!
Is there any reason I shouldn't do this one?
I don't know. I feel like it's a chauvinist thing to say, but you know what? Maybe it's just that's just the thing, okay? Maybe it's not going to sound anything like that. Maybe just like you said, maybe it's a gimmicky answer to distract, you know?
It's really impressive how well you understand the way girls feel about things. She is a girl.
Oh.
Even if you want to consign to that, of course she does.
Oh. Oh god, damn it! Wow, rude. You make it sound like I'm not a girl.
You're really a cute girl, Sucky.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. It's just thinking there's some things I don't really get because I'm a boy.
Ugh.
Anyway, I'll stay here with Aoi. Let me handle this. Lebermon and I will be here too.
Oh, okay.
It's alright, Aoi. Dry those tears. Okay. Wasn't your fault, Aoi. Didn't do anything wrong. But there was nothing anyone could have done back there. I wanted to help too. We all did.
Still doing this? Alright. It's nice that the girls can comfort each other like this. I'm really glad Saki is here right now. You didn't need that first part.
Yeah, because they're like a different species. Alright, well, check on everybody else. How are they
Where
doing?
is Shuji?
Now? Huh?
Only in the school area. Shuji.
Oh, not there. Ah, our bud. Sorry, Minoru. That we were talking about. Sorry.
I'm my own butt.
You're your own best friend.
Oh, Pokemon's.
Ooh.
Oh. I'm kind of curious. We only have until noon.
Well, let's check the affinity. How far are we on?
I mean, we're pretty far along.
Okay.
Oh, Takuma! Perfect timing! Is something wrong, Falcomon? It's about Kunemon. As you know, he was unable to communicate with you humans. Yeah, apparently he had a hard time communicating properly. If Kunemon had been more concerned with this, and if he had gotten through to Ryo, I believe things may not have turned out as they did. Yeah, I think you're probably right. So you're saying we had to succeed at that Kunemon discussion thing?
That's a big hint. Maybe we have to work on Kunemon?
And yet, Kunemon tried his best in his own way. He thought to communicate using actions, not words. He did. Yes, Kunemon made a piece of equipment for Ryo. This is the result.
Oh, dude! Free item!
What is it? Tell me truthfully, what do you think of this equipment?
Equipment.
I think of it. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. Still, I'm sure Kunemon worked very hard making this for Ryo. I did tell Falcomon he did a good job, but Falcomon did ask for an honest opinion.
It's well made.
This is terrible! I'm not sure. Then let us reserve judgment. There is one thing I can say, though. Oh, what is that? Reminds me of Kunemon. In that sense, I think it's well done. I see. In that case, I will leave this to you. Really? Are you sure? It was only a prototype, and I have no use for such a thing. I'd like you to have it. So, you're giving us your garbage, then? Anti-paralysis.
Ugh.
I'm sorry I troubled you with this, Takuma.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Takuma. What's up? I'm going around checking in on people since nobody came to the cafeteria this morning. Kaito's pretty worked up, talking about going to look for Miu on his own. I see. Then it sounds like this is no time for us to remain idle. Yeah, Kaito can get pretty fixated on things, can't he? Especially when they involve his sister. Yeah, who'd have thought a tough guy like him would have had Yeah, who would have thought such a tough guy like him would have such a soft spot for his sister? Well, this is a nice surprise. Seems like Minoru is holding up better than I thought.
Very good actor.
By the way, Takuma, what sort of comics do you like? What? Where's this coming from? He is doing everything he can to not think about it.
Yep.
And hoping to get other people to do the same. I do not believe now is an appropriate time for such a conversation. Well, come on, relax. Besides, there's some things I want to ask because of the situation. I don't really get why he's asking me this, but let me see. I'm not exactly big into comics, really just your typical hero stuff. You enjoy the occasional romantic comedy, too. Bet Minoru teased me about that. Okay,
Aww.
so I'm thinking this is manga and they're just scrubbing out
Yeah.
anything Japanese here because it's a lot less common in the West. I'm sure it exists, but like non-superhero comics are a rarity. I guess, well, no, you get things like Archie.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say that's superhero. I hesitate to call it a romantic comedy, but it tries.
I'm not telling. Say this when I say. So either we're not gonna tell him, we're gonna tell him. We're asking why do you want to know?
I don't think it's the left one because he's trying to blow it off.
Yeah. I think-
Those comics he likes. That sounds like what we're trying to say is that I like whatever you like.
I feel like I want to. I feel like I want to humor him and find out why. And find out why is he wanting to share.
Are you saying the left one then?
No, the right one. Those comics he likes.
Well, that one's not being honest with him. That's just trying to tell him an answer you think you like. And how convinced are we that he'll buy that?
Well, it's a half truth. Basically says he likes the hero ones, but he'll leave out saying.
Yeah.
He says he's gonna leave out the occasional comedy. Mostly just your typical hero stuff. We'll talk about that.
Well, I'll read anything if I think it's interesting, but I'm mostly into superheroes.
Huh.
Yeah, I knew it! Superhero comics are the best, right? When we make it back to our world, I've got tons of recommendations for you. I'm wondering what the Japanese version is going to be.
Yeah.
Big into shonen or seinen or tokusatsu?
No.
Though, is tokusatsu a manga genre or is it pretty much just TV? So, I've got some favorites I've been reading forever. I can never wait for the next issue. Man, I can't wait to find out what happens next.
Trying to. Yeah, there it is.
Is it just me, or does Minoru seem like he's acting a little forced? Anyway, the hero's just the coolest. Like, of all the heroes I know, it's not even close. When I read it, I think about how I want to be like that. I'm not even joking.
There we go.
Minoru, please. Oh, right. You don't really know what we're talking about, do you, Falcomon? Sorry. Man, if only there were some comics in this world, too. Ain't that a shame? Do not push yourself so hard, Minoru.
Ah, I get it.
What? What do you mean? It is plain to see your heart is not truly in this conversation. No way! Don't be ridiculous. I thought so. He's been putting on an act. Minoru, you seem pretty down. Guess I couldn't fool you. But you know, not just me. It's everyone. Everyone's in a bad mood after Ryo's disappearance yesterday. Yes, Minoru is no exception. Why couldn't I do anything? Minoru? It's not like Ryo and I even got along all that well. Kind of a loser, really. I'm still not thrilled that he's gone. Minoru, calm down. And it sucks, because I knew he was struggling. He had been since we came here. Why did I just keep ignoring him right up to the end? Yeah, I'm asking myself that too. By the way, are you setting a new record, a PB, for running the stages of grief there?
I know, right? Wow!
I didn't just ignore him. I kept teasing and insulting him, even though he was older. I'm the worst. And depression.
There we go.
I know the last one's acceptance, and the order does jumble up. We've had denial, anger, depression. Which one am I missing? Bargaining. Maybe some of that was in discussing comics. It's still hard to say.
It's like, come on, man, humor me here.
So you'd expect it more to be like,
There's
if only I did this, or if I can
Yeah.
still do this, then I'll make up for it.
There's also bargaining. I think there's also begging. Or they kind of...
Those seem very similar. It wasn't your fault, Minoru. You wouldn't blame yourself so much. You don't have to try and comfort me. I know what I did was awful. I don't think I ever treated Ryo right. I believe Minoru could get this depressed. Different from usual. I guess in his own way, he's been thinking a lot about Ryo. Falcomon, I think we should give Minoru some space right now. I concur. Yet, I believe as long as Minoru can reflect on his actions in this way, his heart is in the right place.
That's bright as
So I do want to catch up with Kaito, but they've impressed upon me that we need to get everyone else together. So I'm just making sure we're not leaving anyone other than Shuji out, because Shuji's not an option.
Just want to talk to the kids?
Not really. Unless we get an option to grill Haru on what the fuck he's on.
All right. Haru.
Oh, come on.
Drums have been placed haphazardly. All the drum heads are discolored. Guessing they haven't been used for quite a while. Alright, talk. Everyone seems restless.
Don't worry, Miyuki. I'll always be with you.
That's where those two went, with that expression.
No, right? He's like, they just
So that's where those two went.
in the music room.
Wonder, did I say something? Haru and Miyuki are kind of hard to talk to sometimes. Though it is nice to see them getting along so well.
Whoa!
Miyuki, that song! Hey, Takuma! Did you hear that? It sounded like Miyuki was singing something.
Yeah, it did! It was too quiet for me to really make it out, but I heard something.
And Haru looks disturbed.
Never mind.
Or was I imagining it?
Haru doesn't seem too happy, does he?
No. Anything, he looks really sad.
I don't know about sad. He looked really shocked.
You think so? Then let's go cheer him up.
No, wait! Agumon!
Haru! Miyuki!
Oh, Takuma, Agumon. How long have you been there?
Not too long.
Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything. You heard that? He's asking about the song, isn't he? We weren't supposed to hear it. Should I be honest about this, or pretend not to have noticed?
Oh.
Again, I am worried about Miyuki. I should turn the question back on them.
Oh, 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 oh! Heard what? Yes, I heard it. Or, is it bad if I did? Oh, oh! Oh boy.
You seem very excited about this question. I'm just going to throw in that heard what is saying, no, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of like, I find it interesting that this is the kind of thing we're thinking of. Like, are we starting to suspect Haru? What are you gonna do?
Sorry.
Whoa, okay.
Is it bad if I did?
Was that song supposed to be something secret between you two?
Well, not exactly. Haru's expression is difficult to read. Two of them do seem real close. Maybe he's just jealous that someone other than him heard his sister singing. Hold on to this, Takuma. I'm sure it will be some use to you. Oh,
Fire.
thanks. This is a big help. Alright, we're going to see how everyone else is doing. But we should talk about the search for Miyu. You two be in the cafeteria by noon?
Me and my sister?
Yeah, Kaito's waiting for everyone to get together, and I'd hate to leave you two out.
Okay. Alright, see you later then.
Okay.
I wonder if we just did something there.
Yeah. What did we do? On to you, Haru. Trust you.
Let's see if we can make it up to Saki one last time,
Come on,
and then
Saki.
check in with Kaito.
Sorry, I didn't mean it, baby. Come back to me.
I was feeling pretty down, but talking with you lifted my spirits.
Oh, I'm glad. I thought I royally fucked it up.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks.
Aw, can't. Oh.
That's the wrong button.
Alright.
We are missing a Shuji. Kaito. He looks pretty pissed. What's going on? Oh, hey Kaito. What are you doing over here? I don't know. I didn't want to intrude on you guys or anything. Come on, you're one of us now. No need to hang back. If only I'd seen through her disguise sooner. Things wouldn't have ended up like that. It's not like it was all your fault. Apparently some of it was, but not all of it. Everyone else got tricked too. None of us blame you, Kaito. Well, I still feel bad about it, okay? I've been acting so selfishly this whole time, only thinking of myself. And your sister. But I only did it because I thought I would be the one to pay the price. Oh, you were remorseful for that one. But I only did it because I thought I would be the one to pay the price. I didn't do anything back there, even though it was me who got in that mess. I'll never forgive myself.
No, Kaito, it wasn't your fault. There's nothing else. There was nothing anyone could have done.
That's right. It was out of our hands. Still, I want to apologize. I feel like there was more I could have done. So, sorry. I always considered Kaito brash and thoughtless, but really, he's a good guy. A strong sense of what's right, surprising honesty, and even common sense. That's not worth that much, that last one. Which of the 3 compliments do you pay to him? Left one just seems too backhanded.
Yeah.
I'm gravitating towards you're a good guy.
Yeah.
Let's confirm the conversation, because they're grilling us on this.
I feel
This seems like it follows the most from that conversation.
Yeah, and it also seems like you can actually combine common sense, like sense and honesty, into what is a good guy. So I feel like it actually covers both ends.
You know, Kaito, you're actually a good guy. Huh? What's this now? Well, you thought something was wrong and you apologized, right? And when it comes down to it, you're concerned about what happens to us. So I figure you must be alright. No, I don't know. I just don't want anyone else getting caught up in my problems. That's all I'm saying.
You're such a liar.
Anyway, enough about me.
Damn it.
You sure the others are going to show up? Because I'm not waiting past noon. Okay, I got it already. Man, I shouldn't even be wasting time talking like this. Huh? Now he's angry. Why?
I'm sure it's just a cover and he's really feeling embarrassed. What a liar.
Hey, I can hear you. And I'm serious about not wasting time. We got enemy monsters and weird fog out there. Yeah, he's right. Got no end of things to be concerned about right now. Oh yeah, that reminds me. What were those creepy hands that came out of the fog? It's been bugging me too. Drachmon, do you know any of the other... Do you or any of the others know anything?
I'm not really sure myself.
You don't know?
Sorry.
Well, that's okay. You were trying to cheer me up the only way you knew how. Thanks. Whatever else is true, Kaito and Drachmon make a good team. But for real, man, the heck is this? I can get some whack-ass text, but I can't send anything back to anyone. You too, huh, Kaito? You mean I'm not the only one? Yeah, everyone else too. We're thinking of heading to the radio tower, actually. What, and leave Miu all by her lonesome? We gotta hurry up and save her! Oh man, you said you'd wait around till noon, right? Yeah. Oh, we've got a little bit for Saki, but making friends is hard. Oops. Time to go. We're running out of people to talk to. We've got Minoru, and then I guess we go bug Agumon. He's bugging us straight out the gate.
Alright.
Takuma, last night was awful, wasn't it?
Yeah. First the professor, now Ryo. We faced lots of dangers since we came to this world. People that actually die. Reminded once again how much more dangerous this place is than I thought. How are we supposed to get out of here? How are we supposed to survive? Why are these credits coming out of the floor?
Takuma, are you alright?
What? Oh, sorry. Shouldn't get so down after how you cheered me up last night.
That's okay. I'm still a little surprised myself.
Surprised? About what?
About Ryo. I still can't believe what happened to that human child. If that had happened to you, Takuma, I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah, same here. Mostly because I'd be dying. After all, it wasn't just Ryo who disappeared. Kunimon went with him.
I feel bad for Kunimon, too. Ryo never seemed to understand what Kunimon was thinking. But I know Kunimon was concerned for Ryo. Why did it have to end like that? Now Kunimon doesn't even have Ryo.
Human children are special to Agumon and the others somehow, right? And so, what if disappearing must be terrifying, even to them? So it makes sense that Agumon would be upset by what happened to Ryo and Kunimon. Well, I'm not going to abandon you, Agumon.
Ah, Takuma! What a nice thing to say. Looks like this time it was your turn to cheer me up. Thanks to you, I feel a lot better.
Well, I'm glad I could at least cheer you up. I'm sure everyone else is still upset.
Then I'll just have to fix that.
Oh? How?
Well, I'm not sure. Is there anything you think I could do?
What might Agumon be able to do to cheer people up? If he went and talked with everyone like we're doing right now, it might help make things easier to deal with. Then again, I'm sure they're all in pain. They'd prefer to be left alone. Not sure. Give people space is the virus option.
Good. we're regretting not communicating with each other more, so maybe we can pass on.
There's certainly a theme to that.
Yeah.
The only thing is, do we trust Agumon to improve things? Because he's definitely lighthearted, he definitely injects cheer, but how he does it and when he does it will impact how successful that is.
So far, I don't think he can say anything that makes it worse. Seems to have an actual.
Oh, I'm sure there's a way he could find ways to make it worse.
I'm sure, but so far he seems to have really good luck with this. Like, not like the himbo luck, you know what I mean? He's so dumb, but he's so nice.
What's the saying? Full of heart and dumb of ass? You know, Agumon, you're a surprisingly good listener. Maybe you could talk to everyone.
Oh, yeah! But I think they've probably all had a conversation like we just did already. Inaru has Falcomon, Aoi is Labramon, and the same goes for everybody else.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Although I am a little worried about Shuji and Lopmon.
Yeah.
Hey, how
Oh.
about this? Why not do something for the others you'd like them to do for you?
Oh, good thinking. That gives me an idea. There's gonna be so much meat everywhere. I should go look around that one spot.
Sounds like he's muttering to himself about something.
Be right back, Takuma.
Is this what prompts us to actually find Shuji? That's hilarious.
Wait, where are you going?
Don't worry about it. Bye.
No, come back! You're too dumb! Take this!
Well, if you say so, but be back in the cafeteria by noon, okay? Otherwise, Kaito might go off looking for Miyu on his own.
Got it. What's a noon?
Hey! Now that Agumon's left, Shuji's in the corridor.
Right, so that was the magic
I
trick.
never thought that thing would leave. Now I can brood here all I want. You know... Well, okay, no, you don't know where he went. Come on. Where did he go, I wonder? You doing okay? Hey, that's the thing to investigate.
Camera.
Camera! Oh, banana. No talkie, Lopmon. This is all my fault. I've been able to keep it together. Shuji. Ah!
You okay, man?
Oh, Takuma. Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Clearly.
No, I feel like I should be the one to apologize. Didn't mean to scare you. How are you doing?
Susie, look like you're in so much pain all the time. Really worried about you.
Shut up! What do you know?
Holy shit.
Not only was I thrown into some strange new world, I watched someone die in front of me.
Are you man?
This is exactly the kind of thing the professor trusted me to keep from happening. Except I'm a little less angry about it.
Oh god, he's gotten worse.
But if I had my act together, I would still be here. I've completely failed the professor.
Gosh.
Shuji, I can see why you'd feel that way, but you shouldn't blame yourself. What happened to the two of them wasn't your fault. No, it is my fault. I'm the oldest, the one who's supposed to be the leader. It was my job to keep everyone safe. How am I supposed to apologize to Ryo's parents? Well, you're not going to have to apologize to at least one of them.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, actually...
It really feels like he's responsible for what happened. Not like he's solely to blame for it. None of it was his fault. Now, he definitely had an independent streak, because when we tried to help him, he wasn't about that. We have to keep that in mind.
I feel like he's taking way too much responsibility. So maybe like what we did, like it's all our fault. I feel like if you're going to apologize, I have to apologize. Like it is not solely your fault that Rio's dead. You know?
I get that, but I also know that that's exactly the line of thinking that got us in trouble last time we talked to him.
Ah.
Because he feels like there are things that he needs to do alone.
Okay, so the other options are don't apologize, you don't have to, or don't think about it at all, think about it later.
I mean, I still want to say right. It's just, from what we know of Shuji, that doesn't seem like the right tack.
Our options.
Okay, so we definitely can't take away the fact that it's his fault from him. He is very adamant about this. We're not going to be able to talk him out.
Like, are we going to share the blame with him? I don't think it's taken from him, but I don't think it's taking it with just him.
I mean, everything's telling me to go right here, except for that one data point against it.
Yeah.
Thinking of that later doesn't seem like it would inspire joy.
No.
Unless...
Yeah, it might read the opposite of what we think.
Well, the way that this might come across is that, hey, we need you to be a leader right now. What you said, it's important, and it's something that you're going to have to deal with, but you don't have to deal with it right now. Your energy's better spent elsewhere.
Right.
The problem is, I don't know if that's the angle he's gonna go!
Oh, shit.
Which gets us back into bad design! Are you convinced, or?
I don't know. I still think it's... I don't know. I've been playing wrong this whole playthrough.
Not the only one.
What?
Okay.
Nothing. Staring at him. Oh, there you go.
To be honest, I don't think focusing on that is going to help us now. It's the kind of thing we can worry about more after we get back. But that doesn't solve anything! It just delays the problem! Maybe, but I have a hard enough time thinking about what to do now.
I think you should listen to Takuma.
Oh, shut up! What do you know about responsibility? Anyway, sorry, but would you mind giving me a little more time on my own?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I could use some time to think.
Alright. She's not taking this well. Doan's strong sense of responsibility isn't helping. I asked if I just leave him alone for a while.
Come on, honey. Come with me. Ugh. Oh, Laramon's by herself. Oh, Lopmon's by herself. To himself.
Come on.
Clearly for Agumon, not Lopmon.
Hey, Lopmon, you're on your own?
He told me I'm lost.
Oh. Looks like you've got things pretty rough, too.
I only ever seen Shuji's way.
Yeah. Seems like Shuji's his own worst enemy. Like Shuji still hasn't really accepted Lopmon. Yeah, that. Things percolating. I hope Shuji starts to open up to you soon.
Oh, trying to find a way to make so we can get along like you and Agumon.
Sounds good. I'll be rooting for you. Oh, but that reminds me. Agumon went off somewhere earlier and he hasn't come back. You know where he went?
Pretty sure Agumon was heading for the shrine.
The shrine? Why would he go there?
I'm not sure.
I wonder if it's got something to do with what he was muttering to himself about.
I just want to pick Lockmon off and pick him up and give him a hug. Damn it! What a sad bunny.
So, I'm getting more and more sure here that Shuji's big issue is that he's running afoul of basically the individual versus society sort of concept. That he's got a lot of obligations on him and he feels that he needs to acquiesce to them, and that things that he wants, the person that he is, he feels just gets in the way of that. Which is why he's so critical about poor Lopmon here.
And in an interesting way, I feel like Lopmon's a reflection of maybe how he's treated by society. Like I think Shuji is being what the world is like to him.
Hmm. Because it's a cycle.
Yeah.
I hope they can figure Shuji out. Okay, and see if Saki will give us another chance, and if not, we'll hop over to Agumon. Nope.
How many Digimon do we have? Do you want to get any more?
Oh, we can spend. I don't know, I kind of... Oh, we can't find Agumon. I'm a little pressed by how this all goes out, because we are in the middle of a bigger project, so I don't want to drag out Digimon Survive for too long.
Yeah.
And we seem to be doing pretty alright against boss encounters so far.
Alright, so you don't think we'll need any extras on the side?
Ideally, what would happen is that we get a nice stopping point that's not in the middle of a battle or story or anything like that, and then I can just do some off-screen grinding. That would be the best, I think. Not a lot of luck with that so far.
This one's no good. What about this one? Oh, over there! Yes! I think that could be it! I bet Takuma and the others will love this! Now I think I'll head a little farther out.
Ribs? Dead?
No sign of Agumon here. Where have you wandered off to?
Ah, camera.
There's only two things to investigate. I can see a familiar sight beyond the trees. In this distance, you can't tell how run down the school actually is.
Yep. Else? Peace.
Well, that was a time slot. There's a party going on over there. I'll do them if I can get one other move in before then, because we are going to finish up with Kaito. That's not where I talk to you. Goes to the bathroom. runs out to the forest, goes back to the bathroom. Oh, I guess Agumon's still not here.
Yep. Either eating or...
Sure. Oh, hey, Labramon. Unusual to see you apart from Maui.
Sometimes we like to do things on our own, too. Besides, I thought you were asking me. Where's Agumon?
Yeah, he ran off somewhere in a hurry. I think he mentioned he was looking for something.
What was it?
Your guess is as good as mine. Did you want Agumon for something?
Oh, it's nothing really. Don't worry about it. Agumon sure is something else. Last night, Daisy's in such high spirits. On the other hand,
Wonder if Labramon is worried about what happened to Ryo and Kunimon yesterday.
such a failure. Should be comforting Aoi, but I can't help think about how Aoi ends up like Ryo. I disappear like Kunimon. That thought just keeps going around and around in my head.
That's completely understandable, especially after seeing Kunimon vanish like that.
We are confirming that, like, you share our fate.
And what scares me is the same thing could happen with me and Agumon. But just because you're scared, no reason to sit around and do nothing.
Yeah, you're right, Takamon. Wait! You come here to cheer me up.
Actually, I'm trying to get everyone together as soon as possible.
Why? Did something happen? Is it another attack?
They'll be soon. No, it's not that. Kaito's made up his mind to go look for Miu on his own if we don't all meet up. So I'm trying to convince everyone to meet in the cafeteria by noon.
That's it.
Yeah, Kaito seems pretty worked up. I'm a little worried about him.
Alright then. After all, I'm not about to leave Miu or even Kaito on their own out there.
You care?
Holy crap.
Sure to be in the cafeteria by noon.
Good doggy. Paramon. And Kaito. And Floramon.
Just those two.
What do you want?
Kaito.
Hey, buddy.
You still not ready to go? What's taking so long? I'm working on letting everyone know. Besides, you said you'd wait until noon. I'd rather not be waiting at all. And we all know that. Don't try to rush people too much. All that stuff with Ryo hit everyone harder than I'd realized.
Makes sense to me. They've probably all realized the same thing could happen to any of them. It's not so easy to get over something like that.
Until last night, none of us fully realized just how dangerous this place could be. Probably deep down, none of us thought we'd actually die. Thought we'd be rescued. And Miu's out there right now, on her own, in a dangerous place like this. Miu. What am I doing? I don't have time for this.
Hey, wait! Are you going to go charging out there again?
Think about what happened yesterday. We can't let the same thing happen to Miu. So I'm going, even if it has to be alone.
It's like you haven't learned anything.
Kaito, wait! No, I've waited long enough. This is bad. I should actually leave this time. Convince him to stop. It has to be good or he won't listen. You say we need his help too? Should I try to stop him by force?
Rather than slam him into the ground.
Alright, what do we know about Kaito? He is fairly reasonable, but he is also very headstrong. He has been talked out of it up till now.
Maybe appeal to his big brother nature, like ask for his help. I feel like if you try to use force against him, you are literally it is an immovable. What's it? You're gonna be hitting a brick wall. I don't think you can persuade him, but I think you can maybe apply to his better nature. You know, like have you noticed like when someone actually needs help, he actually troubles a little bit. Got a little bit of a weakness for that.
The trouble is we don't know how different this attack is going to be from what we set up to this point.
Maybe. Oh, that's
I think it's definitely better than persuade him. I don't know if we have enough data to know if by force would work, because the other potential thing is that he's just got a lot of built-up machismo, and he's going to, respect someone that's going to stand up and not back down like he isn't. I'm not ready to commit to that yet, but it is a potential. Kaito, if you go, you're putting us in danger too. Please, we need to stick together. I don't see what difference having one less person in the group makes. Wasn't the whole problem yesterday that we didn't work together? Well. Besides, in a world where anything could happen, we could use all the help we can get.
I don't know. How much help do you think this hothead could be? He's stubborn, short-tempered, and totally focused on Miyu.
Shut up! Look, the important thing is we shouldn't split up. Kaito, please. Alright, fine. You don't have to beg me like that. Besides, I guess having more help looking for Miyu would make things easier. Thanks, Kaito. Violent screen shake.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sure. Now give me a kiss. What?
Oh, what's this? Your face is turning red.
It is not! Let's all work together to find Miyu. You're right, Takuma. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Takuma. Kaito tends to act without thinking.
Oh, shut up! Okay, so we're definitely getting the vibe that Kaito's a big softy under a gruff facade.
Yep.
And it's not just a syscon thing either. I meant that non-sexually, but okay.
That's the only way I've ever heard that.
Everyone's probably in the cafeteria by now. Should head back. Oh, good. We're all here. Oh, let's learn from past. Well, how could we say no? He seems so desperate. You're one to talk. You were a bundle of nerves until just now. Hey! You promised not to mention that! Minoru was pretty upset before. Like he's in better shape now. Not to mention the others.
たくまくん、心配ばかりかけてごめんね。私もう大丈夫だから。
Sorry to making you worry about me all this time, Takuma. I'm feeling better now.
バッチリ復活したんだよね。
Yeah, he really bounced back.
そっか、よかった。
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I'm sure it was because of you, Takuma.
ハルとみゆきも
Uh-huh.
ちゃんと来てくれてありがとな。
Haru, Miyuki. Thanks for coming too. Sure.
それで本題のみゆちゃんの救出の件だが、
So, about us going to rescue Miyu.
それについてはまず俺から一つ言わせてくれ。
Right. Let me just start by saying something.
Both suck.
本当は妹のためにみんなを巻き込みたくはなかったんだ。
I really didn't want to get you all involved in this, but
なのに
thanks.
そうね。うわー、マジかよ。あのカイトがすまねえだって。
Whoa! Do you guys hear that? I think Kaito actually showed some appreciation just now.
ミノル、茶化すな。
Minoru, no need to be sarcastic.
そうだよ。カイトの真剣な気持ちに水を差したらダメでしょ。
Right? I know it's just being sincere. No need to make fun of him for that.
ミノルって本当調子者なのね。
Minoru can't take anything seriously, can he?
わかんないかな。俺はね、わざと空気を明るくしようとしてるの。
What? I'm not taking that from some poop-throwing flower. Don't you get it? I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, and everyone is really upset right now. Though sometimes Minoru can go too far.
ねえカイトくん、私たちに申し訳ないと思うことはないわ。
Listen, Kaito, you don't have any reason to feel like you're dragging us into this.
そうよ。私たちみんなミオを助けに行くつもりだったもの。
Yeah, we all want to rescue Miyu anyway.
むしろ謝るのは私たちの方かも。
I think we owe you an apology.
一刻も早く助けに行きたかったはずなのに、集まるのが遅くなってごめんなさい。
We all know you were anxious to start looking for you. Sorry we took so long.
いや、昨日のこともあったからな。仕方ねえって分かってるから。
Nah, it's cool. After what happened yesterday, I get it.
そういうわけだから、みんな手を貸してくれ。
Anyway, will you help me out?
ああ、もちろんだ。
You bet.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Hey, not so fast!
この状況で言うのは申し訳ないが、本当に行くつもりなのか？
Look, given the situation, I hate to bring this up, but are you serious about this?
今のどういう意味だよ。
What's that supposed to mean?
そのままの意味だ。
Uh-oh.
Exactly what it sounds like.
化け物の敵に正体不明の霧。その危険性は昨日十分に味わったはずだろう。
You know how dangerous it is out there. Remember the enemy monsters? The strange fog?
亮と同じように。もしかしたら。
Oh, don't say that.
もう
Oh boy.
What's to say?
Nah. I could just feel the fist flying through the air towards him as we speak.
What's to say Miyu hasn't already wound up like Ryo?
なんてこと言うの、修二さん。
Whoa, look how pissed she looks.
Shuji! How can you even say that?
僕は客観的な意見を言ったと。
Oh, oh, oh.
I'm just trying to look at this objectively.
見えは助からねえっていう客観的な意見だっていうのかよってめえ。
So you're saying Miyu's objectively doomed? How dare you!
おい、暴力はやめろよ。誰かがいるんだぞ。
Hey, no need for this to get violent. Don't forget, we've got little kids here.
Oh, no, by all means, go ahead.
I'm scared.
怖い。
悪い。
Sorry.
けど、そいつの言ってることだけは認められねえ。
But what you're saying is the one thing I will not accept. Bleh. But what you're saying is the one thing I will not accept.
僕はここにいるみんなの命に責任があるんだ。
I have a responsibility for the lives of everyone here.
リーダーとして慎重な判断を下す必要があるんだ。
I'm the leader. It's up to me to weigh the options and make the most prudent decision.
何がリーダーとしてだ。なもただ臆病風吹かせてるだけじゃねえか。
Don't give me that. You're just looking for an excuse to cover for your own cowardice.
Kaito, stop! That's enough!
僕は臆病なんかじゃない。
I am not a coward.
君のような無鉄砲な人間にはわからないかもしれないが、年上には年上としての責任があるんだ。
Maybe a hothead like you can't see it, but as the oldest one here, I have a responsibility.
Please, you should stop too.
お前は黙ってろ。
Shut up! Not another word from you.
修二さん、ちょっと落ち着いてください。
Ooh.
Shuji, please. Try not to get so worked up.
カイトだって兄としての責任があるからこそ必死なんですよ。
Kaito has his own responsibility. He's Miu's older brother. That's why he's so desperate.
それは
Idiot. I hadn't thought of that.
Wow.
そいつみてえな軟弱な野郎に俺の気持ちが。
Ooh.
As if a spineless creep like you could ever understand how I feel.
兄貴の責任の大きさってもんが分かってたまるかよ。
You have no idea how much responsibility goes into being a big brother.
僕が無責任だって言いたいのか。
So now you're calling me irresponsible?
ああもうこれじゃいつまで経っても話が進まないじゃない。
Oh, we are never gonna get anywhere if this keeps up.
I don't like it when everybody fights like this.
そんなの僕だって同じだよ。
Yeah, me neither. We should stop this argument before it goes on much longer, but how? Side with Kaito? Respect Shuji's opinion?
Oof.
Or try to enlist help from everybody else? Somebody else.
Oh, jeez. Dang.
So I'm definitely in the Kaito camp here. It's just a matter of, is that better than trying to get help? Or is trying to get help worse than just straight up siding with Kaito? Now, side with Kaito. Okay, that's great. Now we've got 3 boys yelling at each other.
If we're trying to go the whole voting route, maybe getting more people on our side is important, but still.
And that's the other thing, right? We're loosely a democracy here. We may be the de facto leader, and no one realizes it yet, but that doesn't mean we can just be the ones to unilaterally execute our will. But in this case, we're not particularly doing that. We're just stating our opinion. What is the key point that Shuji is fighting against? Like, on a personal note, it rubs me wrong how Shuji just asserts that he's a leader because he's the oldest and doesn't actually do anything to earn that title. He just feels like he's entitled to it.
Well, entitled, but I think it's also a cultural thing. You notice how everybody actually assumed that too?
Mm-hmm.
They do this kind of pecking order in terms of who is the senpai of them all. So, like, Hinaru mentioned that earlier, and I think Aoi brought it up too. So, there is this kind of default idea that the oldest kid has to be after the others. Whether that's an actual good idea or not is, I think, might be irrelevant to how they feel about it. And maybe that's the problem, is that instead of giving the leadership to someone who's good at being a leader, Shuji feels like he has to assume all blame and responsibility because he's the eldest. Get things done.
Yeah, but he's doing it unhealthily.
Yeah, obviously, that's the problem. But definitely not siding with him on this, because I feel like that feeds his assumption that he has to assert authority and have the final say.
It's also vague as to who we're getting help from. The other one.
Are we gonna go around the room?
Like, Shuji's big deal is that it's dangerous out there, but it's dangerous in here.
Yeah.
And there's someone who is very clearly in danger out there. And we know, I think, that if we do nothing, then they are objectively doomed.
Yeah, and I mean, you're literally asking a sibling to give up on their sibling. That's just not going to happen.
A sibling that seems to have a somewhat positive relationship with their sibling. There are all kinds out there.
Yeah, obviously. But we're talking about this one. This one clearly has a healthy relationship, or a reasonably good one.
Yeah.
A positive rapport with their friendship. Fuck. Okay. The point is, they care what happens to them, and you are trying to force them not to. That is not going to work. It's going to be a choice of whether they go alone or whether we go with them.
Usurp authority.
修二さん、ここはやっぱりカイトに手を貸すべきじゃないですか。
Shuji, don't you think we should give Kaito a hand here?
君はここにいる全員が再び危険な目に遭ってもいいというのか。
We're definitely risking someone's life, and we're not particularly better just hanging out here. So you're saying you're fine with risking everyone's lives all over again?
そうじゃないですけど、このまま放っておくわけには。
Of course not. But we can't just leave Miyu out there.
もし僕たちが行かない選択をしても、カイトは一人で行っちゃいますよ。
Besides, even if we decide not to go, Kaito will take off on his own.
そもそも俺一人で行くつもりだったからな。
It's what I was planning from the start.
別に今からだって一人で行ったっていいんだ。俺は。
And I've got no problem going back to that. I'll find Miyu alone if I have to.
一人ではなしだぜ。何度も言うが、その時は俺も一緒だからな。Now quit saying you'll do it alone. For the 100th time, I'll go with you.
修二さん、カイトとドラクモンだけ行かせるんですか？
Shuji, do you really intend to let Kaito and Drachmon go out there by themselves?
そんなのダメだよ。No, that's not an option either.
もういい。手を貸してくれって言ったが、揉めるならなしだ。
Forget it. I know I asked for your help, but it's not worth all this trouble.
じゃあな、俺は行くぜ。
So long. I'm out of here.
勝手な真似はよせ。
Stop going off on your own!
邪魔するな。
Out of my way!
修二さんもカイト君も
Oh. Shuji! Kaido! Both of you enough!
What?
葵君。
Aoi?
すっげえ。あの二人を一気に黙らせた。
Wow! She sure shut them up!
なかなかに勇ましい声だ。
What?
Yes, that was quite impressive.
Oh, that face! Jeez!
I didn't realize Aoi could get so loud.
ここで言い争っていて何になるんですか？こんなの時間の無駄です。
What is the point of you two fighting like this? We're wasting time!
カイト君、修二さんと喧嘩してもミュウちゃんは助からない。
Kaito, is fighting with Shuji going to help rescue Miyu?
それは
Well, no, but
修二さん
Shuji.
危険って言いますけど危ないからってここにこもるつもりですか
Ooh. Shuji, you keep talking about how dangerous it is, but do you never intend to leave?
そんなつもりは
I didn't see that.
みゆちゃんを探し出すのはもちろんですけど
Obviously, we need to find Miyu.
元の世界に帰るための方法を見つけるためにも行動するべきだと私は思います
But we also need to try and find a way home. At least, that's what I think.
あれなんか急に
See, there it is.
Huh? Why'd Allie get so quiet all of a sudden?
短歌切ったのはいいけど途中で恥ずかしくなったんじゃない
She was really picking up steam there. Then I think she got self-conscious.
葵恥ずかしがることなんてないわよさっきの葵とってもかっこよかった
You've got nothing to be ashamed of, Aoi. That was incredible just now.
いえごめんなさい私なんかが偉そうに
No, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to get so carried away.
いや葵くんの言う通りだすまない
No, Allie, you're right. I'm sorry.
俺もカッとなって悪かった
Me too. Sorry, I kinda lost it.
よーし、それじゃミーを助けに行くっつうのにまとまったってことで
Well, sounds like we're all agreed. We're going to rescue Miyu.
いやなんでミノルが仕切り出すのよ
Aw, Minoru, who gave you the final say?
なんかそういうノリが必要かなって思ってさ
What? Somebody had to say it, right?
で、どこに向かえばいいんだ
So, where do we go?
確か昨日遊園地に探しに行くって言ってたよな
I think yesterday we decided to check the amusement park.
ああ昨日あったテントモンってやつの話によればミユはアルケニモンから逃げた後
Right. According to that Tentomon guy, after Miyu got away from
遊
Arukenimon,
園地の方へ行ったみてえだ
that's where she was headed.
テントモンがキラキラしたとこって言ってたやつだよな
Tentomon was the one who said it was the shiny place, right?
キラキラしたところなんだか素敵そう
The shiny place? That sounds
向
lovely.
かったのは本当に遊園地で間違いないのか
But are we sure that's where she went?
ほぼ間違いねえよ
Not a doubt in my mind.
あいつは昔から遊園地が好きだったからな
She's always loved amusement parks.
それが突然見下ろしたところにできてるなら行かないわけがないってことか
So if she suddenly realized one was here, she'd head straight for it. Like an idiot.
Yep.
アキラの大きな輪があってすごかったもんな
And there was that giant ring in the shiny place. It looked really
子
cool.
供ってのはみんな漏れなく遊園地が好きって相場が決まってるしな
Besides, everybody knows kids are crazy about amusement parks.
みゆきとはるだって好きだろ遊園地
I bet you both like them too, right, Haru? Miyuki?
僕わかんない
I don't know.
わかんない
嘘だろ
What? You've got to be kidding me! They don't know? Does that mean they've never been to an amusement park?
遊園地にいる可能性が高いことは分かったならすぐにでも出発しよ
Well, it sounds like she's probably at the amusement park. We'd better get going.
じゃあみんな行ってらっしゃい
Bye, everyone. Good luck.
Nice knowing you.
Hey, Haru. Creepy ghost child. You make it sound like we're leaving you behind. Who's going to give last rites to whoever dies this time if you're not around?
Come here, you little shit.
ういやいやいや君たちも一緒に来るんだよ
There you go.
Oh no, I don't think so. You're both coming with us.
また
Oh, look, he looks so pissed.
Again? Why?
子供をさらうモンスターがいると分かってるのに君たちだけ残していくわけにはいかないからな
Because we can't just leave you on your own knowing that there are monsters kidnapping children.
そうだろう。
Wow.
Isn't that right, everyone? Hey, you actually said something good for a change.
Yay.
異議なーし。
Yep, no objections from me.
だな。
Me either.
そうわかった
Oh, okay.
そうところで遊園地への行き方ってわかるかしら
But do you know the way to the amusement?
昨日電波塔の上から確認したから問題ね。
We saw it from the radio tower yesterday. Finding it won't be a problem.
方角的にはいつもの森から遊園地に向かう道がどっかにあるはずだと思うぜ。
I'm pretty sure there's a path through the forest that leads in that direction.
よし。森の中を通ればいいんだな。僕が先頭を歩くからみんなしっかりついてきてくれ。
Right. So we just gotta get through the forest.
I'll take point. You guys stay close.
How, Shuji? You can do that too?
Oh, he looks so pissed.
I thought only Takuma could do the red text.
Oh, jeez, that look, man. That is a look that could kill.
What's he sighing about? Actually, that reminds me. He was acting kind of weird yesterday.
You noticed now?
ハル、
Hey, Haru.
何
What?
昨日のはその一体何だったの？
About yesterday. What happened exactly? How come your arm ain't broke?
Yeah.
Yuki's always kind of strange, but sometimes Haru just seems off. Like he'll suddenly say something mature or act like he's seen through things.
ごめんなさい僕にもよくわかんない
I'm not really sure. Sorry.
そうか。ごめんな。
Okay. Sorry if I bothered you.
Be a little shit.
Not aware of it himself?
たくま、はる、みゆき、早くしないと置いてっちゃうぞ。
Hey, Takuma! Haru! Miyuki! Hurry up or you'll get left behind!
待って。
Oh, yeah, wait up!
二人とも急ごう。
Come on, you two. We need to hurry.
お姉ちゃん行こ
Miyuki, let's go.
Walking we will go. A walking we will go.
ずいぶん歩いてきたけど全然遊園地には着かないな。
Man, I feel like we've been walking forever. And still, we're not at the amusement park.
昨日上から見たときはもっと近くに見えたのにな。
It looked a lot closer from up on that tower yesterday.
つうか、本当にこっちで合ってんのかね。
Yeah. Are we sure this is even the right way?
僕が間違ってると言いたいのか。
You think I don't know where I'm going?
Yeah.
そんな風には言ってないですよ。
Hey, I'm not blaming you.
でも、万が一ってこともありますし、
I'm just saying we could have gotten lost.
森の中は方角がつかみづらいのも事実だしな。
It is difficult to maintain your sense of direction in the forest.
僕他に道がないか見てこようか
Want me to see if there's another way?
You shut your mouth, Shuji. Let's hear Lopmon out.
Yeah.
そんなことをしてはぐれたりしたら二度手間になるじゃないか。
Ugh.
If you try it and get lost, we'll be in twice as much trouble.
そうだよね
Yeah.
ダメ私ちょっと疲れてきた
Oh, this is too much. I'm starting to get tired.
さきさん大丈夫
Lucky, are you alright?
ちょっと休憩する
Did we stop to rest?
んな時間はねえ。とっとと先に進まねえと。
We don't got time to rest. We gotta keep moving.
このペースだとあっという間に暗くなっちまうかもしれないしな。
Yeah, the sun will set before we're out of the forest at this rate.
ごめんなさい。僕とお姉ちゃんが歩くのが遅いから。
Sorry, my sister and I can't walk very fast.
ごめんなさい。
二人のせいじゃないよ。みんなも少し疲れてきてると思うし。
It's not your fault. I think we're all a bit tired.
そうよ。カイトもドラクモンももう少し考えてよ。
You can say that again. Kaido, Dracmon, try to be more considerate.
すまん。
Sorry.
んなこと言ったってよ。
Gotta keep moving, don't we?
ねえタクマ、本当にこのまま歩いてっていいのかな。
Everyone needs a break. Even Kaito, especially
Yep.
Kaito.
Yeah.
Akuma, are you sure we should keep going like this?
I mean, if we push ourselves beyond our limits and we're exhausted and it turns out Miyu is in danger, but we have no more energy because we spent it, we're gonna be so useless.
Actually, I'm starting to get a little worried about that myself. We keep on like this or try to find another way? Or do we just turn back?
Oh. I'm either oh, really? Oh, you can't rest? That's not an option? Turn back here, press on like this, find another way. I'll find another way. I think that's the closest thing to
I'm
resting.
surprised this is a moral choice. Like, the only way this works is if we're convinced that we're lost and going back is correct.
But I feel like find another way is proactively making sure that we're going.
We've got your back, Lopmon.
Yeah, we believe in you.
But this could also mean, like, finding a vehicle or something.
Could be, yeah.
一度別の道がないかどうか。
Hey, we didn't say turn back. What the fuck? Ugh.
Okay, game.
Game. Bye.
You could turn back and try to find another way.
いや、それは反対だ。
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, we.
That's why
think
we're
that-
doing it.
Yeah, that's.
むやみに歩けば、ますます方角がわからなくなる可能性が高い。
If we start trying to go every which way, that just makes us more likely to get lost.
でも、このまま歩いていって遊園地に着けなかったら。
But how are things better if we keep pressing on and never get to the amusement park?
いや、こっちで合ってるはずだ。
Nah, we're going the right way.
なんでわかるんだよ。
What makes you so sure?
感
What? I bet he actually is really.
Instinct.
言い切れるってすげえよ逆に。
You know, I'm impressed you can say that with a straight face.
こうして無駄話をしている方がますます疲れることになる。
Well, then let's have a break.
Hey, standing around arguing like this is only going to wear us out more.
歩くペースは少し落としつつ、とにかくこのまま進む
Decent
と。
compromise. We should keep moving, just at a slower pace.
へいへい、わかりましたよーっと。
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, boss.
修二さん、なんだか苛立ってるみたいだから、あんまり余計なこと言うなよ。
Whatever it is, he seems pretty irritated. Try not to antagonize him too much.
だな。
Yeah. One affirmation will suffice. Well, finally made it out of the forest, but
まだ遊園地なんて全然見えてこねえじゃんかよ。
would you look at that? There's still no sign of an amusement park.
面白いものとかないか
We have been here, Agumon.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been here before. Wonder if there's any neat stuff around.
ねえ、ちょっとさすがに
あー
そろそろ限界来てるかも。
Okay.
Listen, I don't think I can keep this up for much longer.
さきさん、顔色が悪い。
You don't look so good.
さき、私に捕まって。
Hold on to me, Saki.
That would
You
be
know I'm like very, very small, so you'll
that
have
would
to
be
bend
terrible
over.
for your posture.
You'll have to bend over a little.
さすがに休憩した方がいいんじゃないかしら。
I think maybe we should take a break.
この先もまだ長いかもしれないことを思うと、適度な休息は必要不可欠かもしれん。
Yes, considering that we may still have a ways to go, a short rest seems unavoidable.
でも、先頭を切ってるあの二人がな。
Try telling that to those two. Hey, I think we should take a short break. It's going to be inevitable at this rate. You two sit down and shut up. Shuji and Kaito are both pressing on with no signs of slowing down.
Maybe we can stick Aoi on them.
It's kind of weird that Shuji is doing that. On the one hand, he was very reluctant to get us going, and also as the responsible one, he should be making sure that we're all keeping up healthy and safe. On the other hand, I'm guessing that he's feeling like now that this course of action has been decided, he needs to be Mr. Perfectionist about it and make sure that it's done as quickly and cleanly as possible. Which, choose one.
The lane, buddy.
I understand why Kaito would be in a hurry, but why Shuji? Getting to that.
僕、
Ah.
もう足が痛いよ。
My legs are sore.
いいから黙って歩け。
Just shut up and keep walking.
修二さん、そんな言い方しなくても。
Fuji, no need to be so harsh.
Yeah, I haven't let that saying stop me.
Yeah, apparently you don't give a single
そう
thing.
っすよ。みんなもう疲れがピークなんだし。
Yeah, she's right. Besides, we're all pretty wiped out.
Come on, Aoi, pull out your angry face. That scares the shit out of them.
Well, I hadn't planned on resting until we reached the amusement park, but maybe... Yeah, plans change.
Yeah, there you go.
Sounds like even Shuji's starting to waver. We stop for a break or press on? We'd kind of like to look around here.
Break.
やっぱり一度休憩にしましょうよ。
Yeah, I think we should stop for a rest.
その方がいい。
Wow, see, even he's for it.
That might be for the best.
ってカイトが言うなんて珍しいな。
Huh? I wasn't expecting to hear that from you, Kaito.
あれを見ちまうとな。
Well, just look over there. Huh? Snoring sounds.
お姉ちゃん、寝ちゃった？
Miyuki, you fell asleep?
Eyes
完全に
open.
船こいでんな。
Yeah, she's out like a light.
確かに。あれじゃ進むぞとは言えないね。
Hang on, Yuki. I'm just gonna close your eyelids just a little bit. Yeah.
What are you, a mortician?
Can't be good for your eyesight.
Guess it's pretty hard to argue with that. Yeah.
はあ、わかった。それじゃあ少し休憩にしよう。
Fine. Alright. Let's stop for a break.
幸い、この辺りには例の霧は出てないようだしな。
Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any sign of that fog nearby.
あれの怖い感じはしないよ。
Yeah, I don't sense anything scary like that.
カイトも文句はないな。
No complaints, Kaito?
ねえよ。
Nah.
やっと休める。
Finally, I'm so tired.
さき、大丈夫？
Saki, are you alright?
みゆきちゃんとはるくんもこっちで一緒に休憩しましょう。
Yuki, Haru, would you like to rest here with us too?
うん。
Sure.
だったかしら。
Oh, that wake them up?
いや、目を閉じたまま歩いてるな。
Nah,
No, they weren't.
I think they were just walking with their eyes closed.
よっ ぽど疲れさせちまったみてえだな。
Guess we really wore them out.
幼い二人にはさすがに過酷すぎる道のりだっただろうか。
It was perhaps too harsh a journey for two so young.
かもな。でも置いてくわけにはいかなかったし。
Maybe, but it's not like we could have left them behind.
過酷といえばあっちもみたいだけど。
Speaking of harsh, there's someone else I'm worried about too.
Yeah.
ロップモンのこと？
You mean Lopmon?
修二ごめんね。僕また足を引っ張って。
Sorry. I'm slowing you down again.
Yuji, I swear to God, leave the poor bean alone.
I know. One little on her on his head.
いいから黙って休んでろ。次は遊園地まで休みなしだからな。
I'll take it.
Fine. Yes.
We can improve, but for now, okay. Just shut up and get some rest. We won't be stopping again until we get to the park. Man, like he's still gonna have it rough between here and the amusement park. Anyway, I'd better get some rest.
I'll be picking up Lopmon and taking him away from Shuji.
Except
Or-
Lopmon's going to be inextricably attached to Shuji for reasons.
Well, I mean, like, at the very least, I feel really weird leaving them alone in a room together.
I know they're on break, but maybe I should talk to them. Who says you can't talk while on break?
Goes up to Miyuki. Oh, Miyuki! Good talk.
Iron Bridge. Can't talk to Kaido. At least not yet. Got 3 choices here. Large iron bridge has been built between the mountains. Seems odd to me.
Weren't we just on that?
Shouldn't be any roads or cars to travel on in the mountain trail we use. Oh, hey Takuma. Something bothering you? Yeah, you.
Yeah.
I was just thinking maybe...
Thank you!
I was just thinking maybe you should be spending time with Lopmon. That's not necessary. Look, I get it. You see yourself in him, and that bugs you, but... I think this is what happened to Ryo, so maybe you should get your act together. And also, it'll make you a better person in general, so even if that's not the binding thread, at least you'll be a more likable person.
Just because you feel like a piece of shit doesn't mean you have to treat others like they are shit.
Or in this case, treat yourself.
Yeah, treat yourself.
It seems like his legs were really hurting him. Doesn't that bother you? So his stupid little legs got hurt. So what? He's a monster. He'll get over it.
Oh!
I don't have to be so nasty about it. Stupid thing's nothing but a burden anyway. He can't do anything useful like Agumon or Falcomon.
Have you not been paying attention to battles?
Why'd I get stuck with a lousy monster like him? It's not fair. I think Shuji may need more time before he's ready to open up to Lopmon.
That is not the problem here.
Remember what happened when you give people space and let them have time? They go.
Hey Takuma. I wanted to ask you, I wanted to thank you for what you did this morning.
Huh? I don't remember doing anything special.
Sure you did. You tried to cheer me up along with Saki and Labramon, remember?
Yeah, and Saki got real pissed at me.
Only I couldn't seem to stop crying. It was... honestly.
Nah, it's fine. I mean, I was feeling pretty bad this morning too. just been trying to focus on what needs to get done.
I can see that. And right now, our top priority is to find Miu.
Yeah.
I've been wondering though. Yesterday, Tentamon said Miu ran the shiny place. But are we sure that's really the amusement park?
Huh? Why not?
Well, sometimes Labramon and the others use unique language, which has me worried.
It's true. Sometimes Agumon says stuff that I don't understand at all. I don't think this is like that, though. I mean, we saw that Ferris wheel ourselves.
Yeah, we did. You're right. I've only been overthinking.
It is always a possibility that we're working off of bad data, but we're working on the data we have.
Yeah.
Well, unless you want us to comb the entire island. Hey, what do you think was going on with that Arukenimon yesterday? Well, she did call us sacrifices, so clearly she's an enemy. Why, though? Good question. And, by the way, why is it that Falcomon and the others are on our side? Seems like some monsters like Agumon and Falcomon are friendly. Others are willing to help us, even if they don't want to be friends like Tentomon. Some are obviously enemies. Yet they're all monsters. It's weird. Something, book by cover. Perhaps the same could be said of all humans.
Also, I don't think anybody's mentioning... Also, I don't think... I'm not talking.
I'm waiting for you to finish before I pick up on it.
Okay, so... Even so, I don't think they're also mentioning that, like, there's a weird connection of what happens to them happens to the Digimon that have teamed up with them. You know? I'm wondering if anyone is, like, gonna remember that. I mean, they mentioned it before, but that's not part of the equation now all of a sudden when they're...
And I see what happened. I was gesturing because I was like, hey, Takuma's got what I was saying. Not that, hey, someone's speaking.
Yeah.
Alright. You think so? I mean, even with humans, some people are good and others are bad. I bet it's the same with monsters. In other words, some monsters like us, others don't, and still others want to use us. When you put it like that, I guess it makes sense.
Now we're...
Alright, get moving again. What? Already? We just stopped! You had long enough. Besides, we can't be wasting time here when we still got such a long way to go. I feel like you said the exact same thing earlier.
Yeah, he did.
Kaito's right. At this rate, next thing you know, the sun will be down.
It's true. Really shouldn't stop for much longer than this. Has everyone gotten enough rest? Saki, Miyuki, and Lopmon all seem pretty exhausted. Most worried about... I don't care about Miyuki.
I'm torn between Saki and Lopmon because we've had two people remarking on Saki not looking well, and then we've got Lopmon who's clearly just having a shitty time all over.
Yeah, Lopmon's getting abuse from his partner, and on top of that, those stubby little legs are going to be feeling the exhaustion a lot more than Saki, unless Saki is drastically out of shape.
I don't think she's out of shape.
No. You're not saying what I think you're going to say, are you?
I think she's sick.
In the morning?
No.
Okay, that's what I was...
No, I think she's just unwell overall. And she's got like this wilting flower motif about her. I don't trust it.
Oh, you're thinking not just sick, but like chronically ill.
Yeah, I think so. See.
There wasn't very many prompts.
No. So we can check up on Lopmon, or Saki. I think Saki, though, is kind of being looked after. He is being looked after by her Digimon and Aoi, but not money.
You have made me more concerned about Saki than I was before, but yeah, I think Lopmont definitely needs a boost. More ways than one.
Why don't, no offense, guys, but like Lopmon is not that big. And someone just come up. You don't have to walk too far from Shuji. You're worried about, not being close enough to Shuji. One of you can just walk next to Shuji and carry Lopmon.
I feel like Shuji, or not Shuji, Lopmon wouldn't be too thrilled about it being anyone other than Shuji.
Well, he was happy to be around Saki.
Lopmon said his legs were sore, and I think I saw tears in his eyes. That concerns me.
Lopmon, are your legs feeling better?
Yeah, can walk fine now.
Oh, are we lying now?
Yeah, apparently.
Doesn't hurt. It's fine.
Yeah, and I feel full.
修二今度は足引っ張らないように僕もちゃんとするね。
Suji, I swear I'll keep up this time.
当たり前のことをいちいち言うな。
I wanna kill him. I wanna kill him! Let me at him! I wanna rip his stupid glasses off and shove them down his throat!
You good?
Fine.
Sure. That's the least you could do. I don't see why you're telling me about it.
Ooh, even Aquaman looks pissed now.
Why does Shuji always have to be so mean?
心に余裕がない証なのだろうが、ロップもあまり気にしすぎるなよ。
It is proof that he has but little room in his heart. Lopmon, do not be dismayed.
僕大丈夫だから。
I'll be okay.
Well, Shuji's as demanding as ever, but look like we can get moving.
修二さん、みんな体力も戻ってきたみたいだし、カイトの言う通り、そろそろ出発しましょう。
Everyone seems to be feeling better, Shuji. Kaito's right. We should get moving.
もたもたしてると、ミュウがどうなるかわかんねえんだからな。
Yeah, who knows what could happen to Mew if we waste too much time.
そんなこと言われずともわかってる。
You don't have to tell me that. Apparently I do.
みんな、先へ進むぞ。
Let's go, everyone! Thought for sure we were in for more forest after we got over this pass, but... Finally! I can see the amusement park.
長い道のりだった。
Well, that just took about forever.
なるほど。あの木々の向こうに見える建物が遊園地というものなのか。
Ah, so the structure beyond those trees is an amusement park.
あんなに大きな建物、僕見たことない。
The biggest building I've ever seen.
あそこにミュウが。待ってろよ、ミュウ。
Who's in there somewhere? Don't worry, sis. I'm coming for you.
僕が昨日見た大きな輪っかもあるよ。
Ah, Takuma! That giant ring I saw yesterday is there too!
In the right direction.
あれは観覧車って言うんだよ。
It's called a Ferris wheel.
なんだかカラフルな建物がいっぱいなのね。
Look at all the colorful buildings.
見てるだけで楽しくなっちゃうのが遊園地なのよね。
That's an amusement park for you. Just looking around one is fun.
君たち、はしゃいでる場合じゃないだろう。こんな時に。
Hey, this is no time to be getting carried away. This stick up my ass is really chafing, so let's hurry up.
すいません。
Sorry.
ちょっとくらいいいと思ったんだけど
Oh, come on. Where's the harm in letting us have a little fun?
ミノルくん、カイトくんの気持ちも考えてあげて。
Noru, try to imagine how Kaito must be feeling, okay?
待ってろよ、ミュウ。俺がすぐに見つけ出してやるからな。
Just hold on, Miu. I'll find you as soon as I can.
カイト、焦ってんだろうが、ちょっと落ち着いとけよ。
Kaito, I know you're worried, but try to keep it under control, okay?
視野が狭くなると、いざって時危ねえからな。
Focus too much on one thing and you're just asking to get blindsided.
分かってるよ。
I know that.
ミノル、お前はカイトとは逆にもう少し集中すべきだな。
You, on the other hand, could do with a bit more focus, Minoru.
まったく、ミノルよりもハルとミユキの方がよっぽどお利口さんね。
Say that again. Haru and Miyuki are sharper than you are, Minoru.
And Miyuki's asleep.
No. Not.
お姉ち
Her
ゃん、
eyes open again.
もうすぐ遊園地だよ。
Miyuki, we're almost there.
もうすぐ。
めんぼくない。
My bad.
とにかく、あともう少しで到着だな。
Anyway, we're not far now.
中にどんな奴がいるかわからないし、慎重に行こ
And since we've got no idea who or what might be inside, we should be careful. Is that the same pose?
本当に遊園地だ。
On Kaito and
少し来
Minoru.
ては来てるん
Yeah.
だけど。
Same thing with I thought you were talking about the same forward.
No, I mean, they are currently sharing the exact same pose.
Run differently, but
Whoa. Really is an amusement park. Even if it does look a bit run down.
ボロボロの校舎と比べたら全然綺麗なものよね。
Compared to the state the school's in, this place is practically brand new.
ロープウェイを見た時も驚いたけれど、なんだか不思議な感じがするわね。
Seeing that cable car was surprising enough.
our cable car.
Seeing that cable car was surprising enough, but something about this just weird.
なんだろう、ちょっと怖いわよね。
It's kind of creepy, honestly. Hey, you know, I saw
Like,
this.
yo.
I saw this movie once where this girl went to an amusement park with her. Didn't turn out. At least not at this time. Whatever you do, nobody eat anything.
Spirit away.
Yes.
どうしてどうして？
Huh? Why is that?
遊園地って怖いところなの？
Are amusement parks normally scary?
No, just the clowns.
いや、遊園地そのものが怖いわけじゃないんだよ。
No, it's not the amusement park itself that's creepy. It's more like... Bloom.
Oh, there we go.
こうやって見ると、ちょっと不気味っていうか。
It's
な、
weird seeing it like this, I guess.
まあね、子供の笑い声もない無人の遊園地なんて、そりゃ怖いに決まってるよ。
For sure. Empty amusement park gone totally silent? That's definitely spooky.
無理はしなくていいんだぞ。ここは俺が様子を。
I can look around on my own if you'd rather not go in.
いや、俺が一番に入るね。それ。
Oh, no, I'm gonna be the first one inside. Here goes nothing.
おい、ミノル。
Wait, Minoru!
Uh,
よかったな。チケット代は払わなくていいみたいな。
Can you believe this? We get in for free! Who needs a season pass now?
まったく慎重に行動すべきだというのに。
Unbelievable! Did we not establish that we should proceed with caution?
なんだよ。これくらいとってことないだろ。
Oh, come on! That was nothing. Inaru's trying to play it cool, but I can see the way his legs are shaking. Just pretend I didn't notice. Inaru's gonna get himself killed.
それでこれからどうしたらいいかしら。
So, what do we do now?
あら、葵、目的はミオを探すことでしょ？
Me, Aoi, didn't we come in and look for Miu?
ええ、それはもちろんそうだけど、この中のどこにいるかも見当がつかないから。
Yes, that much is clear, but she could be anywhere in this entire park.
なもん片っ端から探すしかねえだろ。
We just gotta search the place from corner to corner.
違いねえけど、ちっと効率が悪くねえか？
Sure, but doesn't that seem a little less than efficient?
とにかく中は広そうだし、手分けして探そうか。
This place is pretty big. Why don't we stick together like we planned? Why don't we split up?
Bad idea, but I'm going along with it. I'll go with you, Takuma.
Oh, that one's so cute!
And so dumb.
Uncle is Shuji.
いや、ばらけてはまた何があるかわからない。戦いになった時も戦力は分散させない。
I agree with you, Shuji.
Yeah.
It's a first. No, we don't know what might happen. We don't want to be separated if there's a fight.
そうか。そうだね。
Yeah, you've got a point.
とにかく全員一丸となって動こう。僕は誰が欠けても嫌
At
だ。
the worst case scenario, I can see them splitting up in teams. As in, no, not each with their Digimon, as in like groups, you know?
I think we've got two sets of three,
Yeah. So,
roughly.
roughly.
We should all just stick together. I don't want anyone going missing. Shuji as upset as he was this morning, I wasn't sure what to expect. He seemed a lot more confident since we got here. It really is reassuring when Shuji is able to keep it together.
必ず僕たちみんなで一緒に元の世界に帰るんだ。
We
いいね。
are all going back to our world together. You got that?
はーい、わかりました。で、いいんでしょ？
Yeah, Shuji. I'm pretty sure we all got that.
まどろっこしいけど、全員で固まっとかねえと危ないしな。
This is gonna take forever. But I guess there is safety in numbers.
修二さん、すっかり引率の先生みたいね。
Hey, okay.
Shuji's acting like a chaperone.
よし、それじゃあ中に。
Alright, let's head in. Footsteps?
On our own? Oh, it's the rest of them! You there! Halt!
Hold on, I'm trying to recall what Patamon sounds like and whether or not I even want to try. Or if I just give this all to you.
Patamon, no matter what I hear, they do have a baby sounding voice. It's high pitched. In the English one, it's baby as well, with kind of a wow kind of sound to it.
Anna, you want to take all three?
Huh? Yeah.
Intruders!
ここから先へは通さないんだか
Not one more step.
なんだ新しい化け物
What now? More monsters?
の割には、なんていうか、ちっこいっていうか。
Although, these ones are a little on the small side.
Adorable.
Yes.
かわいい。
You're so cute.
葵？
Aoi! Oh my!
違うのよ、違うの。今のはちょっとうっかり言っちゃっただけで。
No, I didn't mean to say that. That just
You can see why that would be her initial reaction, but what are these things?
More Digimon, duh!
で、何なんだてめえらは。邪魔するつもりなら。
You even have the quirky music playing.
Alright, what's going on here? Because if you want to stop me, you're in for a fight.
Clearly you're up to no good. That means we're enemies. You were to be eliminated by order of Her Highness, Her Majesty, the Queen.
Oh, gee, I wonder who that is.
Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, no!
I'm sitting here thinking, are they really going to put the Mega Rosamon against us? But no, it's Miyu.
It's Miyu. This is clear. Oh my gosh, this is such a cute reference to Zero One. Remember when Mimi got separated and she became the queen?
It's been a long time.
Wow. Oh.
I don't disbelieve you. I just don't recall that specifically.
This is just like it.
Though I think something like that happened in the reboot, as far as I got into it.
Yeah. It was in the reboot and in the original.
I didn't get very far into the reboot, but I do vaguely remember some sort of plant kingdom that fell for her.
Leave this place at once. What are they talking about? How can they be so sure we're enemies? And who's this queen? Who knows? It's no use trying to play dumb. You can't fool us.
Wait, we're not your enemies.
Oh yeah? We heard you're bad monsters who kidnap children. And there's no bad monsters allowed in here. Out with the kidnappers!
We're not kidnappers.
一体何がどうなって僕らが子供をさらうって話になってるんだ。
Wait, how is this suddenly about whether or not we're kidnappers?
俺たちはアルケニモンってやつにさらわれた子を探してここに来たんだ。
We're looking for a girl who was kidnapped by a monster called Arukenimon.
ミュウって言うんだ。見なかった。
Her name is Miyu. Have you seen her?
Arukenimon? You mean that evil villain? Aha! You must be here on her orders.
Yeah, you've got a conclusion and you're working backwards from it, I see.
Now the truth comes out.
Oh my god.
You are servants of Arukenimon. Well, we'll show you.
Alright, if that were true, what's the likes of 3 rookies going to do?
Don't think about it.
いや、そうじゃなくて。ダメだ。話が噛み合わないぞ。
No, you've got it all wrong! This isn't going anywhere!
What if you play along and then like pretend to be rescued by them and then go inside?
Don't deny it. We can see all the kidnapped children you're walking around with.
We didn't kidnap them.
いや、俺さらわれてねえし。こいつらは俺たちの仲間だし。
Hey, man, I wasn't kidnapped by anyone! These are our partners!
いかにも彼らは決して怪しいものでも危害を加えるものでもない。
Indeed! These are trustworthy creatures who'd mean you no harm!
Really? Then what's going on? That's not what we heard from the queen. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? This calls for a council of war.
Now they're arguing about something. Don't seem like they're all that bad.
なんか始まったみたいだけど、俺たちもどうする？
Looks like they're up to something. So, what's our plan here?
とにかく話を聞いてくれないかな。
Maybe we should just hear them out. Miyuki, wake up.
Yuki!
Yeah, that's right! Look, they're both frozen with fear!
Haru!
Huh? You mean us?
ってあれは怯えて固まってるんじゃなくてこの二人のデフォルトだ
Yeah, they're not frozen with fear. Those two are just like that.
どうしたら僕たちが子供をさらってないって信じてくれるの？
How do we convince you we haven't kidnapped anyone?
それを信じたら女王様が嘘つきってことになっちゃうじゃない。
But if you really haven't, that would make our queen a liar!
じゃあ嘘ついて
There you go.
What makes you so sure she's not?
聡明で無敵の魔法使いの女王様が嘘なんておっしゃるものか。
Silence! Our wise and invincible sorceress of queen would not speak lies!
あ、またお前、女王様に気に入られようと思って心にもないこと言って。
Oh, you're just saying that to get on our good side again. Really? You don't really think that?
だって気に入られないと石にされちゃう。
Oh.
But if we don't stay on our good side, turn us all to stone.
What?
今のは内緒ね。
Whoops! Forget I said that!
石にされるってもしかして脅されてるんじゃ。
She'll turn you to stone. You mean you're being threatened?
何それ。だとしたら女王様の方が悪者じゃん。
Yeah, that sounds messed up. Sounds to me like your queen's the real villain.
石にされちゃうなんて怖い。
You said it! Getting turned to stone sounds scary!
I hope you don't get petrified in the story.
Oh my god, that'd be so terrifying.
待てよそいつ相手を石にするような力を持っているのか
But you know what's more terrifying than being petrified? Being petrified and then broken.
Ooh. Wait, okay, is Miu on the list again? You see her? Even though we have no affinity?
On this list?
Yeah.
I think
Like-
so.
They show their partners.
We still have Yo. Oh no, Mio, yes. I know what her partner is, but we
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
I...
Rio's still giving us backup.
From beyond the grave.
If it is affinity, like just straight affinity, then apparently 30 was not enough. You need to really invest in Rio,
Okay,
if that's what it was.
alright.
Hold on, so this queen really has the power to turn things into stone?
そうよ。仲間の一人が石ころになったところを女王様
Oh,
あ
I see.
That's right! She used her powers to restore her friend, who turned into a wreck.
So, we've seen on various arts that Miu's partner is Shakumon, which is this bivalve Pokemon. So it's got eye holes in its shell, so it can clamp down and be hard as a rock, and then it can also open up and show you the soft Digimon inside.
I see. So she's using her Digimon to convince them that she has powers.
Mhm.
You little shit.
石にするも戻すも自由。
Uh-huh.
奇跡の力の持ち主なの。
She has the miraculous power to turn living things to stone, bring them back to life.
ここにもそんな厄介な化け物がいるなんて。
To even here, there's a monster with that kind of power.
とにかくその女王様に会わせてくれ。
I don't care about any of that. Please, could you take us to see this queen?
いやよ。お前たちに侵入されては私たちがどうなるかわかんないから。
Absolutely not! Who knows what may become of us if we allowed you to trespass here?
じゃあ俺たちが女王様を説得するなりなんだったら倒してやるから。
Look, we'll either talk some sense into her or beat her up for you. Now let us through.
それでいいだろう。
It solves all your problems, right?
そんなこと。
What do you think? This could be our chance.
Every time I hear Patamon, it sounds like he gets lower.
I know, right? What the hell?
待ってよ。こいつらなんかに女王様がやられるものか。
Get carried away! The queen's not so weak. She'd fall to the likes of them.
そうだそうだ。それに女王様は言っていた。
Oh,
Right! There's no way! Besides, from what the queen told us,
大きな人間は悪者だ。
big humans are all bad!
こいつらは大きな人間だから悪者ってことね。
These are all big humans! So all of them must be bad!
異議なし。
Yeah! No objections from me!
大きな人間
yeah.
それって
Don't
どういう
see
意味
this.
Hmm. Big humans? What's that supposed to mean?
体の大きさのことじゃないわよ
It
ね。
be about size, right?
大人のことを言ってるのかな。
Right. Don't you think they mean adults?
いや僕らは大人とは言えないと
Speak for yourself, man. You're about as tall as the professor.
No, I'd hardly call us adults.
ああもうますますわかんね
Man, this just gets more and more confusing. Sorry.
It's okay.
えそんなことどうでもいいだろう
Damn it! I don't care about any of this. I don't care about any of this.
いいから早く俺たちを通してくれ
Come on, let us through already.
とにかくここを通りたいなら力ずくできなさい。
If you want to get in, you'll have to go through us!
Fine by me.
All right.
そういうことならもっと早くやっときゃよかったぜ
Man, if that's how it was gonna be, wish you'd said so from the start.
はあ、俺とカイトの得意技だからな。
Yeah, that's kind of our strong suit.
いやでも
I don't know.
冷静に話し合いましょう。
Can we just talk this out?
I don't know, they seem kind of terminally stupid.
I know.
そうよ。何でもかんでも戦えばいいってものじゃないわ。
That's right, not every problem's meant to be solved by force.
But we are on a clock.
Not to mention, if they attack us first, and they are still Digimon.
と言って騙そうとしてるでしょ。
You're just trying to trick us, aren't you?
なんかこう獣同士でいい感じに話つけてくれたりとかできないの
You know, I don't see why we can't have the monsters talk this out themselves.
Yeah.
できればそうしたいものだが
That would be ideal.
たくまどうしたらいいと思う？
What do you think we should do, Takuma?
I'm really not sure. Obviously, it'd be best to avoid a fight, but if they attack us, we'll have no choice. It'd be nice if Agumon could find a way to convince them, though.
Oh, okay. That's
You asked for this!
don't want to fight. I'll come and work this out. Oh gosh. That'd be so weirdly dumb if Agumon solved this.
There's no way Agumon can solve this. This isn't getting us anywhere. I'm
Yeah.
tempted to just go for this.
Yeah.
Any objection?
Nah. I feel like it's gonna happen anyway.
悪いけどそっちがその気ならこっちも手加減なしで行くぞ
Sorry, but if that's how you're gonna be, we're not holding back. You asked for this.
僕、たくまのために頑張るぞ。
I'll give him all I got for you, Takuma.
Maybe let's not kill them. We can just like knock them to the side.
If necessary, you have my full support as well.
こうなったら仕方ないわね。葵の無事には変えられないもの。
Sounds like we have no choice. I need to keep ours safe.
I think we're just going to intimidate them.
Yeah, let's just go, you know?
やってたかって卑怯よ。やっぱり悪者じゃない。
Ganging up us? Ganging up on us, are you? I knew you couldn't be trusted.
あくそもうこれ以上待てるか強行突破だ
Damn it! I don't have time for this! I'm busting my way in!
全員で突破しよう
I guess that's our only option. Come on, everybody! We're fighting our way in! Bustin' feels good!
Can we just like run around them? It'd be hilarious.
No.
I mean, we have lot is lost in the medium, so we can't see exactly how things are going. At the very least, we do know that Palmon can extend those claws of hers and wrap at least one of us up.
Yeah, there's more of us. What are we gonna do? We can't take them all on at once.
こうなったら女王様に報告よ。覚えてなさい。
We'll have to report this to the queen. Don't think you can get away with this. Cut off, they blast off again.
逃げてった。
Well, so much for them.
何だったんだ？
What was that all about?
わかんないけど。
Beats me.
いいんじゃない？結果的に戦わずに済んだわけだし。
Who cares? Besides, I'm glad we didn't have to fight them after all.
そうね。あの子たち相手に戦うのはちょっと気が引けるもの。
Me too. I'd feel bad if we really had to take them on.
まあな。
Yeah, I hear you.
だがほっといていいのか？あいつら女王様ってのに報告に行ったんだ
Bring it
よ。
on, bitch.
But should we just let them go? They said they were gonna report to their queen.
確かに気にならないわけじゃないけど。
Yeah, that does bother me, but still.
あんな変な奴らに構ってる場合じゃねえ。とっとと中に入ってミュウを探すぞ。
We don't have time to be worrying about those weirdos. Let's get in there and find Miu.
わかった。そうしよう。
Right, let's go. So can we go straight to the queen, or are we just going to play it like last time, where everyone has the stupid ball? Which, yeah, fair enough. Some plots need to happen, but...
おお、なんか広いとこに出たぞ。
Wow! This place is huge!
中央広場とかそういう感じかな。
Looks like we found the central plaza.
ってことはここが敷地のど真ん中ってとこか。
Meaning this is the middle of the park?
位置関係が分かりづらいな。地図でもあればよかったんだが。
Well, it's hard to say what the layout might be. Only we had a map.
元の世界の遊園地だとさ、こういうとこでショーとかやったりすんだよな。
In our world, this is where they put on shows and things.
ミノル、ショーとはなんだ？
What is a show, Minoru?
いろんなキャラクターが歌ったり踊ったりパレードしたりするんだよ。
It's when you've got all these characters that sing and dance, or maybe go on parade.
着ぐるみを着たキャラクターがわーっと出てたりとかね。
Sometimes all these people get dressed in costumes and just show up out of nowhere.
How horrifying.
なんだか楽しそうね。
Oh,
Oh,
dude.
sounds like fun.
I was not expecting that reaction.
お客さんを巻き込んでいきなり物語が始まったりすることもあるんだよな。
That just sounds like an attack.
You might even find yourself in the middle of a performance with, like, no warning.
お前たち、ここからは一歩も通さないぞ。なんつってさ。
Oh, we're totally getting that
Oh,
line
yeah,
delivered.
yeah.
Someone could just show up and shout, "You there! Halt! Not another step!"
ありがちだよね。
Yeah, I can see that.
それって
There we go.
You mean like that?
感じ？
What?
ああいうって？
Huh? Like what?
お前たち。
Ellen! Stop right there!
今度こそここから先へは通さないぞ。
This time we mean it! You're not getting past
覚
us!
悟しなさい。
You don't stand a chance!
また出やがったか。
Great, not this again.
気は慌てて逃げてったくせにな。
You're the ones who ran away last time.
あれは逃げたのではない。戦略的な戦略だったのだ。である。
We didn't run away! That was part of our very strategic strategy! Yes!
戦略的な戦略？
Your strategic strategy? He looks like he's just taking it seriously.
その言い方はおかしくはないか。
There we go.
重複しているじゃないか。
But wouldn't any strategy be strategic?
そんな真面目に。
Shuji? I don't think that's the important thing here.
動く
Asking for what? Is it food?
You know, don't think we won't do it.
あのね、私たちはあなたたちに危害を加えるつもりはないの。
Listen, we really don't want to hurt you.
Speak for yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
そうよ。さっき遊園地の入り口でも言ったでしょ。
That's right. We tried to tell you that back at the entrance.
ここまで追いかけてきたじゃない。悪者だからしつこく来たに違いないもん。
But look how far you've chased us. That's exactly what our enemies would do.
違うって。
Come on.
What? No!
僕たちはただ人を探しに。
We're just looking for...
もう
Oh, he's so done.
Ah! I can't take this anymore!
カイト。
He'd be a terrible babysitter.
Kaito?
これ以上話しても時間の無駄だ。邪魔しようってんなら。
Talking like this is a waste of time. If you're gonna try and stop us,
力ずくで蹴散らしてやる。
then I'm gonna beat you down!
You don't scare me.
I should!
怯えてるじゃん。
Actually, you do seem pretty scared.
ちょっとかわいそうだよ。Kinda feel bad for them.
カイト、ここは落ち着いて。
Kaito, keep it up, will you?
Yeah.
Kaito, try to calm down, would you?
タクマも邪魔すんな。
No, be really scary and scare them away again.
Shut up! Don't you try to stop me either, Takuma!
あんなちっちゃい子たち相手に戦う気？
We were going to before.
What? You don't seriously intend to fight these little things, do you?
こっちに来るな。
Stay back!
負けるつもりはないけど。
We're not going to lose to you.
You're right. Losing implies that it was a contest.
散々人を直流。
Oh, he's practically
He's vibrating.
Sorry, the shaking's too funny. It's going up and down.
Get it out. After all that talk, I hope you're ready for some action!
He looks like he's standing in a room.
Kaito! He's dead serious. Is there any way I can keep this from getting out of hand?
Oh my god, he sounds like he looks like he's standing on one of those little Roombas. Oh.
I ought to get Kaito to calm down for now.
Oh. Oh, his hair's doing things.
Don't try and stop me, Takuma. I've had it with these things. But they might have all been tricked by this queen. Doesn't matter. They're gonna keep me from finding Miu. They're gonna get smashed.
What's wrong? You going to attack?
It's no use. Can't think of anything.
こっちが来ないならこっちから行くよ。
If you don't strike the first blow, I will.
上等だ。
Bring it on!
うだうだ言ってるくらいなら俺が相手してやる。
I've had it with all this blathering. Let's go!
Let's go!
We're really gonna do this?
What's wrong? I thought you wanted to.
We're really gonna let you have it?
I'm waiting.
Go on!
そういうことなら俺も参戦するぜ。カイト。
Oh? Then count me in too, Kaito.
Alright then. Time for an all-out attack.
Oh,
Man, this is hard to watch.
I think he's just punching them in the head.
Karate chop.
Yeah, just like that.
How's that? Had enough yet?
Yeah, he didn't even have to use, didn't even bring his Digimon in it.
今度こそ絶対女王様に言いつけてやる curse you! This time, the queen's barely gonna hear about this! I'm in it!
Have fun being stoned. Here they go again.
しかもご丁寧に捨て台詞まで吐いてな。
They sure told us.
口ほどにもね。
They got nothing.
ミノルくん、
Ooh.
なんてことするの
Naru, Kaito, how could you do that?
で、俺たち怒られてる？
What? Hey! Why are you mad at us?
はあ？なんで俺らが？
Seriously, what gives?
当たり前じゃない。
Isn't it obvious?
小さい子たちを叩いたりして。
You did the equivalent of kicking a puppy! Isn't it obvious that you beat those poor little things so badly?
Still alive.
Yeah! I don't.
そんなのかわいそうよ。
By the sound of it, it was just like one hit. Like, don't you have any mercy?
They're still alive.
葵の言う通りだわ。
Oh.
Yeah, Aoi's right, I
いや
think.
でも向こうからうわーって襲いかかってきたわけだし。
But they rushed us. Didn't you see that?
なあ、たくま。
Back me up, will you, Takuma?
I don't like this scary music. Are they just implying that Aoi's just fucking terrifying when she's mad?
What? Why are you bringing me into this?
という
Back off, man.
襲いかかってきたのも本心とは言えないかもよ。
Even if they did charge us, they might not have wanted to, you know?
そうよね。だってきっと怖い女王様のせいだもの。
Yeah, I'm sure they're just scared of that queen.
なのにあんな風に。
And you had to go and beat them up!
いや、それはあっちがあまりにもしつこく絡んでくるから。
Only because they wouldn't leave us alone.
Don't you just like pick them up like an angry kitten, you know, by the scruff? Was that really the right thing to do? ちょっと泣きそうな顔してたよね。
I thought they were gonna burst out crying.
They look like a bunch of angry
いく
toddlers.
らなんでもあんなに弱っちい奴らだとは思わなかったんだよ。
Well,
I did.
I never thought they'd be that weak.
俺やファルコモンじゃなくてカイトが相手してやっただけマシじゃねえか。
Maybe you should have fought them, Kaito, instead of me or Falcomon.
Ah, that's it.
That's not the issue here!
あんなの小さい子
Yeah, there it is.
変わらないじゃない。
Might as well have been bullying toddlers!
悪かったって。
I'm sorry, okay?
とにかく
Now listen,
今後はあの子たちに邪魔されても叩いたりしちゃダメよ。
from now on, no matter what those kids do, you will not attack them!
Oh, we are going to be forced to attack them.
Oh, we absolutely are.
わかったよ。
Oh, right already.
右に同じ。
Yeah, what he said.
な、たくま。
Back me up, will you, Takuma?
Fuck off, Naru.
なんで僕に振るんだよ。
Hey, leave me out of this.
よし。そんじゃあ、この件はもういいな。
So, does that take care of that?
そろそろミュウを探しに動きて。
Because I want to get back to looking for Miyu.
そうよね。
Right, yes, let's do that.
だけど、どうやって探す？広い園内のどこにいるかもわからないのに。
But how do we look for her? This place is huge. She could be anywhere.
手分けして片っ端から当たるしかねえだろ。
Just have to split up and go corner to corner,
Ah,
won't we?
それはダメだ。バラバラになるのは危険すぎる。
No, we can't split up. It's too dangerous.
But teams.
どうやって探すってんだよ。
Then how do we find Miyu?
だからそれは全員で怪しい箇所。
We'll just have to all go together and check the places we think she might be.
いやいや、修二さん、それさすがに効率悪すぎですよ。
Nah, that sounds super inefficient, Shuji.
そうだよね。ただでさえ園内広いし、建物の中も探すとなるとね。
He's right. Park is big enough. Add in checking buildings, and it'd take forever.
修二さん、ここはやっぱり手分
Can
け
we
して
go
探す
in
ことにしませんか？
teams? Really?
Shuji, are you sure we shouldn't just split up and look around?
しかし、ここには正体不明の女王というやつがいるんだぞ。
But what about this mysterious queen?
それはもちろん気をつけないといけないですけど、
We'll have to be careful about her, yes.
でも僕らにもアグモンたちがついてるじゃないですか。
But we've all got our partners.
もしもの時はアグモンたちと協力して切り抜けられるって僕は信じてます。
If anything happens, I'm sure if we work with them, we'll get through it.
僕タクマを守るよ。
Right! I'll protect you, Takuma!
私だって葵を守るわ。
I'll keep you safe, Allie.
私もよ。サキを危ない目になんて合わせないわ。
Me too. I won't let any harm come to Saki.
俺たちは
My god, we get it!
全員が同じ覚悟だ。
I believe we all share the same resolve.
当然だな。
You bet we do!
Aww. You're okay.
僕だって修二を守るよ。
Me too. We'll protect Shuji. No, I can.
お前なんかに守れるわけが。
Yeah, right. As if you could ever.
修二さん、もう少しロップモンを信じてください。
Shuji, you should have more faith in Lopmon.
ハルとみゆきちゃんはどうするんだ。あの二人はそれこそ危険じゃ。
But what about Haru and Miyuki? Won't they be in serious danger?
大丈夫。
We'll be okay. What?
僕はお姉ちゃんがいれば。
I'll be fine as long as I have my sister.
お姉ちゃんも大丈夫でしょ？
You'll be fine too, right, sis?
ああ言ってるけど、どうすんだ。
Well, you heard him. What do you say to that, Shuji?
わかった。
Okay, okay.
ただし、おのおのあまり離れすぎないように動くこと。
But let's not get too far from each other.
それから危険だと思ったら絶対に無理はしないこと。
And if you think you might be in danger, don't try anything stupid.
これだけは守るように。
Make sure you follow those rules.
はい、もちろんです。
Right, no problem.
よし、そんじゃ早速探しに行くぜ。
Alright, let's get searching.
ハル、みゆき、二人も無理はするなよ。
Haru, Miyuki, both of you be careful too, okay?
僕とアグモンが様子を見に行くし、何かあったらすぐ呼ぶんだ。
Agumon and I will try to check in on you, but if anything happens, call for us.
任せて。
Right! You can count on me!
わかった。そうするね。
Okay, we will.
そうする。
アグモン、僕らも行こう。
Alright, let's get out there too, Agumon.
Yeah!
Exploration. Oh, perfect. Just so long as we've got a free battle location, we are set. This is about where we're going to be wrapping it up for the night. Oh yeah, there's a free battle. It's nice to not be in a panic I have not saved state. Okay. So mostly good so far. We've had one little accident, but it's okay. It's okay. No one's traumatized. And I'm sure it's going to be all fine from here on out.
Yep.
But look forward to how fine it is next time.
Take care.
Until then, take care, everyone.